settling it in one move. A fist radiance that was as bright as the sun was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and a huge palm print appeared, clashing with the fist radiance. After a loud boom, the fist radiance and palm print dissipated. One move. Lu Ming muttered. Didn't Yang Liuji say he would kill him in 3 moves? He helped him calculate. Yang Liuji's expression changed. Lu Ming could actually block one of his moves. His gaze turned serious. Fist of the Great Divine Sun, fist radiance shatters the sky. Yang Liuji roared again and threw a punch. This punch was even more terrifying. It was like a sun falling down. Yang Liuji, who had reached the peak of the 5th stage of martial arts Grandmaster realm, had extremely terrifying combat power. An ordinary warrior at the peak of the 7th stage of martial arts Grandmaster realm would probably only have this kind of combat power. Beast Palm. Lu Ming struck out another palm. A huge beast claw appeared and grabbed at the sun-like fist energy. The sun-like fist force was like a pitiful little flame that was extinguished by the beast's claw. 2 moves. Lu Ming said again. The people watching the battle were stunned, especially those on the 5th floor. Lu Ming could actually fight with Yang Liuji. This was too unbelievable. The Blazing Sun Empire was too terrifying. Experts were emerging one after another. Arg! Damn it, Divine Fist of the Great Sun, incinerating the world. Yang Liuji roared in anger and used his strongest move. At the same time, his bloodline power exploded. His bloodline was also at the 2nd level of the king tier. Walala! The lake water below churned and actually boiled. A shocking fist radiance came crashing down on Lu Ming from above. Break! Lu Ming said softly. A long spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it upward. Chi-chi! The long spear pierced through Yang Liuji's fist radiance. Lu Ming's body rushed past it and flew into the sky. 3 moves, Yang Liuji, you said you'd kill me in 3 moves, but it turns out that you want to kill me with just the power to scratch an itch? What a joke! Lu Ming said contemptuously. Damn it, how did this little bastard become so strong? How is that possible? Yang Liuji roared in his heart, his expression extremely ugly. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, I'll let you go today, and we'll fight another day. With that, she wanted to leave. Another day? Did I say another day? You want to leave after a fight? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Stay here. Lu Ming said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped Yang Liuji. What do you want to do? Do you still want to make a move on me? How dare you? I'm a disciple of the Great Sun Mansion, do you understand? I'm a disciple of the Great Sun Mansion. Yang Liuji roared. And NBSP, you don't need to repeat that you are a disciple of Great Sun Prefecture. Great Sun Prefecture is none of my business. I don't care where you are from. Just take one of my attacks and you'll die. Lu Ming bellowed, his aura was wild as he pulled the long spear downward. Boom! A spear light that was hundreds of meters long, carrying the power of wind and fire, came down on Yang Liuji. While the spear radiance was still in the air, the lake below was suppressed by the force of the air. The lake water split into 2, and a waterless zone that was a few hundred meters long appeared. It had the same shape as the spear radiance. You coward! Ah! Yang Liuji roared and used all his strength to punch the air a dozen times in an attempt to block the spear radiance. However, it was useless. The dozen or so fist lights were like fireworks and collapsed in one strike. The spear radiance's momentum did not stop as it heavily smashed into Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji's body was like a cannonball, falling towards the lake. Boom! He fell heavily into the lake, causing huge waves. Even the ground shook, and a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake. Everyone saw that Yang Liuji had smashed a deep hole in the bottom of the lake, and the lake water had completely flooded Yang Liuji. This fuck. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. And NBSP, this was too violent. He had defeated Yang Liuji with one move and Yang Liuji had no chance to fight back. Especially the spectators on the 5th level. Their mouths were so wide open that they could practically swallow a chicken. This is crazy. The Burning Sun Empire is crazy. How can there be so many talented warriors? That's right. The Burning Sun Empire has always been ranked at the bottom of the list. It's unbelievable that so many geniuses have been born. The people on the 5th floor shouted in disbelief. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed into the lake and came out again the next moment. It was Lan Yunfei. He was holding Yang Liuji in his arms. Yang Liuji's body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. Blood was dripping from his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief, shame, and anger. Previously, he had boasted shamelessly that he would kill Lu Ming in 3 moves. In the end, Lu Ming easily received his 3 moves. Not only that, but he had also beaten him half to death in 1 move. This made him want to find a hole to hide in. If you don't have the strength, then keep a low profile. Don't always act like you're the best in the world. It's embarrassing. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand, as if an elder was lecturing a junior. You win. Yang Liuji was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. You'd better not run into my big brother during the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Otherwise, you'll die an ugly death. Let's go. Lan Yunfei roared in anger, then his figure soared into the sky. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He returned to the restaurant in a flash. Come, let's continue eating. Lu Ming laughed and sat down to eat and drink again. The rest of the people in the restaurant were dumbfounded. Brother Lu, we must guard against the big brother that Lan Yunfei spoke of. Feng Wuji's face turned solemn. That's right, the 5th-ranked genius on the Cloud Emperor board also has the surname Lan, his name is Lan Yundao. I'm pretty sure he's Lan Yunfei's big brother. Ling Yanqi's expression was also serious. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, they did not think that Lu Ming could be a match for those who were ranked at the top of the Cloud Emperor ranking. Those people were too powerful. They were all monsters. 5th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his lips curled into a smile. He did not mind and continued to eat and drink. After a short while, the 4 of them left the restaurant and found an inn to stay in. There were still 3 days before the Ditian Divine Guard's preliminary competition. At this moment, news of Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming, Lan Yunfei, and Yang Liuji's battle spread quickly. Many people were shocked and secretly sighed. There were so many geniuses these days, and yet another unknown genius had risen. In a room in the inn, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and thought about the battle. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Lu Ming had a direct battle with a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Although he appeared confident on the surface, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Yang Liuji was only ranked 33rd on the Cloud Emperor list, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th stage of Martial Ancestor realm. His combat strength was comparable to an ordinary peak of the 7th stage of Martial Ancestor realm. In that case, how strong were the geniuses at the top of the rankings? Especially the geniuses in the top 10, how strong were they? Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. My biggest disadvantage now is that my cultivation is low. I'm only at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. I have to find a way to break through as soon as possible. Lu Ming pondered secretly. After a few months of polishing, Lu Ming's foundation had long been stable. As long as there was enough energy, Lu Ming's cultivation would be able to break through. Rise of the Celestial Realm. The Gathering of Geniuses. Lu Ming immediately circulated the True War Dragon technique and began to temper his essential qi. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the second day, the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace actually came to find them. They had sent an invitation letter for the Ditian Divine Guard selection. It was for Xian Yanqing. It seemed that the news of Xian Yanqing's defeat of Lan Yunfei yesterday had already spread to the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. That was why they had sent an invitation letter. With Xian Yanqing's combat strength, he was fully qualified to receive an invitation. The next 2 days were peaceful and no one disturbed Lu Ming and the rest. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Ditian Divine Guard's preliminary round. The Ditian Divine Guard preliminaries were to select a group of elites from the geniuses who had received invitations from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Only this group of people would be qualified to participate in the final selection of the Ditian Divine Guards. The gathering place for the preliminaries was in front of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the cloud-desolate imperial capital. Early in the morning, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi headed to the assembly point. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the cloud-desolate empire's imperial capital was extremely grand and majestic. It was even more majestic than the cloud-desolate imperial palace. In front of the mansion, there was a wide square. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the square was already surrounded by people. Most of them were people who came to watch the show. However, there were not many people in the square. This was because there were people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace guarding the square. Only the geniuses participating in the preliminaries could step on it. If anyone else were to step in rashly and was discovered, they would be killed without mercy. No one dared to take the risk. When the 4 of them arrived, they walked directly to the square. "Guys, look, there's a genius from the preliminaries here. 2 of them look so young. Which empire are they from?" "I don't know him, he's a complete stranger." "I know. I saw them a few days ago. The youngest man and woman are the 2 who defeated Yang Liuji and Lan Yunfei 3 days ago. They are the geniuses from the Burning Sun Empire." The surrounding crowd was discussing when someone suddenly shouted. "What? It's them, just like the rumors, they're really that young. I thought the rumors were exaggerated. I can't believe that the Blazing Sun Empire has produced such a genius." In the past few days, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's names had spread throughout the Cloud Wilderness imperial capital. Many people were very curious and they looked at Lu Ming and the other 3. The 4 of them had also seen big scenes before, so their expressions didn't change. They walked to the square and stood at the side. "It seems that we came too early." Feng Wuji chuckled. "It's a good opportunity for me to meet the other geniuses." Ling Yanqi's eyes were filled with excitement. Time slowly passed, and more people came. Without a doubt, they were all young people, all under the age of 30. Most of them were in their 20s, and there were very few under the age of 20. "Look, that's Lu Xiaofeng, who is ranked 35th on the Cloud Emperor ranking list." Suddenly, someone pointed at a yellow-robed young man and shouted. "Also, that's Wang Kai, who is ranked 26th on the Cloud Emperor board." "Oh my god, that's Su Yingying, who is ranked 13th on the Cloud Emperor board. I've long heard that Su Yingying is a devastatingly beautiful woman. Now that I've seen her today, I see that she is indeed worthy of her reputation." With the arrival of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking list, the audience was excited. The 36 countries of Emperor Yun were vast, but there were only 36 people on the Emperor Yun list. Usually, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were scattered all over the place. It was hard to see them at all. But now, they had seen so many people at once, and everyone was excited. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's eyes lit up as they started to size up the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board. Soon, no less than 300 people had gathered in the square, and the number was still increasing. This made Lu Ming sigh with emotion. Only geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun could receive an invitation. However, hundreds of such geniuses had arrived. Lu Ming suddenly felt a murderous intent enveloping him. He could not help but turn around to look. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. So it was the 6 extremes of Yang. After not seeing him for a few days, Yang Liuji's injuries had almost recovered. He was looking at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Beside Yang Liuji was a tall young man. He was wearing the same clothes as Yang Liuji and was obviously from the Blood Chao's Great Sun House. He was also staring at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. Yang Liuji is here. The one beside him, is he the number 1 expert among the younger generation of the Great Sun House, Yan Feishuan? It's definitely him. Yan Feishuan, ranked 9th on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. Exclamations of shock came from the surroundings. The top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking list had finally appeared. It was as if Yan Feishuan's arrival was the start of the event that had happened 10 days ago. In the air, a blue light flashed and 2 figures appeared in the square. One of the 2 blue-robed young men was Lan Yunfei. The other man was tall and had a saber on his back. He had a wild aura. Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao. The 5th-ranked Lan Yundao has arrived. There was another round of exclamations in the surroundings. As soon as Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao arrived, they swept their gazes across the surroundings. In the next moment, they discovered Lu Ming and the rest. The 2 of them strode toward Lu Ming and the rest. There's a good show to watch. The crowd's gaze was fixed on Lan Yundao and Lu Ming. The geniuses on the square were also watching with interest. Very soon, Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao were not far from Lu Ming and the rest. You 2 are Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lan Yundao's gaze fell on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. He did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. That's right. I didn't expect to be so famous now. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. Xian Yanqing pouted and didn't even bother to reply. Seeing this, Lan Yundao's face darkened and he said coldly, "You dare to beat up my Blue Blade family's people, you're really bold. However, those who dared to beat up my Blue Blade family's people are no longer in this world." "Oh, really? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The world is so big, and there are so many experts. There are also many people who can destroy your family with a flick of their hands. You even said that the people who dared to attack your Blue Blade family are no longer in this world. You really have no shame in talking big." Lu Ming said indifferently, his voice full of ridicule. "What did you just say?" Lan Yundao was furious. "Brother Lan, there's no need to waste words with them. Just attack and kill them." At this moment, Yan Feishuan walked over and said with a murderous look, "You want to kill me? Why don't you try?" Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent and a powerful aura rose from his body. Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi walked to Lu Ming's side and glared at Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao, and the rest. The battle was about to begin. This place doesn't allow a great battle. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted loudly, and a mountain-like pressure rose from his body. This burly man was a guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lan Yundao and Yan Feishuan's expressions changed and they withdrew their qi. Lu Ming and the group also retracted their aura. I'll let you off today. Lu Ming, I hope you can pass the preliminaries smoothly. At that time, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Blue Blade family in the Detian Divine Guard selection. Lan Yundao said coldly before he turned around and left with Lan Yunfei. Chapter 360 Sword Wind Cloud. Yan Feishuan and Yang Liuji glared at Lu Ming coldly before turning to leave. "Miss Xie, Brother Lu, you must be careful." Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were extremely worried. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled slightly, his expression relaxed. Xian Yanqing, on the other hand, was expressionless. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, another sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. "Qiu Changkong is here. And the strongest dark horse, Prince Huoling." someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw a few figures flying down from the sky. One of them was very young, about 21 or 22 years old. He wore a fiery red robe and had eyes like lightning. He had a powerful aura and his hands were behind his back. This man must be young Master Huoling. The other person had a sword on his back. If he wasn't Qiu Changkong, who else could he be? Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent the moment he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I don't know how you got the invitation. You could have lived a little longer if you didn't participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Now that you're here, you're just looking for death. After the preliminaries, it'll be your death when the real selection competition begins. Qiu Changkong's eyes were cold as he kept thinking. Naturally, he had heard of the news that Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji. At first, he was extremely shocked. They were shocked by Lu Ming's invitation and his ability. However, he was only a little shocked at the beginning and did not have any fear. He had 10% confidence that he could kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changkong, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had to kill Qiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian's 8 years of torture were all thanks to Qiu Changkong. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of air being torn could be heard from time to time as people kept coming. Not long after, Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Cloud Emperor ranking, and young Master Tian Shi, who was ranked 2nd, arrived together, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Young Master Tian Shi was wearing a green robe. His face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was like a venomous snake that was about to devour people. Anyone who was targeted by him would feel a chill. Jiang Hongwen was tall and had a majestic and domineering aura, which was the complete opposite of young Master Tian Shi. Up until now, there were nearly 600 people in the square. Each and every one of them was a dragon among men and had extraordinary auras. When they were gathered together, it was extremely spectacular. Jian Fengyun isn't here yet, could he be dead? Hee hee. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. It was young Master Tian Shi. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. How could Jian Fengyun die if you, a venomous snake, didn't die? Not far away, Jiang Hongwen sneered. Many people's expressions changed slightly. There were not many people on the Cloud Emperor list who dared to speak to young Master Tian Shi in such a manner. Lan Yundao was ranked 5th and was arrogant. However, in front of young Master Tian Shi, he had to be obedient. Hee hee, I heard that Jian Fengyun went to another region for training. It's normal for him to die outside. Young Master Tian Shi smiled sinisterly. Jian Fengyun was the #1 genius on Emperor Yun's board and the top expert among the younger generation in Emperor Yun's 36 kingdoms. Ha, Wei Tianxi, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. At this time, a loud laugh came from the distance. Whoosh! A sword light cut through the air at an unbelievable speed. He was clearly 10 miles away a moment ago, but in the next moment, he was already in the sky above the square. The sword light dispersed, and a young figure appeared. He was about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a long gray robe. He had a slender figure and bright eyes. He looked like an unsheathed divine sword. The most eye-catching part was the long scar on his face, which looked very ferocious. Jian Fengyun, you're finally here. Young Master Tian Shi's eyes moved, revealing a trace of solemnness. He was Jian Fengyun, who was ranked 1st on the Cloud Emperor board. There was a burst of excited discussion. Why was there a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? I didn't have it before. Who is so powerful that he could leave a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? Whispers could be heard from nearby. Wei Tianxi, I'm here. Are you very disappointed? Jian Fengyun looked at young Master Tian Shi and said. What's there to be disappointed about? You've come at the right time. This time, I'm going to defeat you completely. Young Master Tian Shi sneered. Then, his eyes flickered and he said, Jian Fengyun, I heard that you went to another region for training. You've been injured by someone. This is too embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? I was injured by the geniuses there when I was training in the Thousand River region. I have to tell you that the geniuses from other regions are far stronger than those in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Jian Fengyun said frankly. This made young Master Tianxi, Jiang Hongwen, and the other geniuses' faces turn grave. Jian Fengyun, what's your ranking in the Thousand River region? Young Master Tianxi asked. 18th place. Jian Fengyun said word by word. What? As soon as he said that, the entire place was in an uproar. The number 1 genius of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was defeated by the number 18 genius of the Thousand River water region and had a scar on his face. How was this possible? Was the Thousand River region really that powerful? Ha, Jian Fengyun, in my opinion, it's not that the opponent is too strong. It's that you're too weak. It seems that you've regressed in the past few years. This time, I'll surpass you completely. Young Master Tianxi laughed out loud. He didn't believe that the Thousand River region was that powerful. If the 18th place could defeat Jian Fengyun, didn't that mean that there were at least 18 geniuses who were above him, young Master Tianxi? This was only the waters of the Thousand Rivers. What about the regions? With young Master Tianxi's pride, he would never believe that so many geniuses would surpass him. He thought that Jian Fengyun was too weak to move forward. Many people also secretly nodded and were more willing to believe young Master Tianxi's words. Frog in the well. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly and did not bother to say anything else. Young Master Tianxi snorted coldly and stood at the side. By now, the number of people had reached 600. Ka. At this moment, the gate of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace opened, and a few figures walked out. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and wearing a black robe. The old man had a kind expression on his face. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person who had not cultivated. However, no one dared to underestimate him because he was a member of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It seems that everyone is here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Xiu, and I'm the host of this preliminaries. I'll also be leading you to the real selection later. The old man introduced himself. Greetings, Senior Lu. The geniuses on the square all saluted. Lu Xiu nodded. Alright, let's cut the chit-chat and come with me. This isn't the venue for the preliminaries. After saying that, Lu Xiu rose into the air and flew towards the north. The participating geniuses on the square also rose into the air and followed. Lu Ming and the other 3 were mixed in the crowd and did not stand out. The people around the square sighed and felt it was a pity. He would not be able to see the exciting content after that. Chapter 361 Measuring the Power. The group headed north, a group of 600 over people flying above the cloud desolate empire's imperial capital. It was a spectacular sight. Their target was a mountain peak to the north of the imperial capital. The distance of 100 miles was covered in an instant. Lu Xiu led the group to a flat land in front of the 2 mountains. Alright, I'll first tell you the rules of the preliminaries. The preliminaries are actually very simple. It's split into 2 rounds. The first round is to test one's aura. I'll test the level of your comprehension of force. Those who haven't reached major accomplishment will be eliminated. Lu Xiu announced. What? He's going to be eliminated before his force is fully formed? Someone cried out in extreme disappointment. Good, you see the stone pillar in front, right? It's the treasure to test force. As long as you input force into this stone pillar, it will appear in different colors. They are divided into blue, purple, Esilavira, and gold, corresponding to the entry level of force, small success, large success, and perfection. Only when the stone pillar appears as Silavirer will it be considered a pass. Now, begin. Lu Xiu announced. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. This rule was simple. I'll go first. A skinny young man took the lead and walked out with great confidence. He walked in front of the stone pillar and struck out with his palm. A powerful wind force surged out of his palm and poured into the stone pillar. Instantly, the stone pillar emitted a faint Silavirer light, beautiful and magnificent. Wind force, early stage of major accomplishment. Pass. Next. Lu Xiu announced. Naturally, there were people registering at the side. I'll do it. A strong young man walked out and a strong aura poured into the stone pillar. The stone pillar immediately emitted a Silavirer light, which was darker than the youth's. Force of earth, mid-stage of great completion. Pass. Next. Lu Xiu announced. Then, one by one, the young men stepped forward to take the test. These young men had all reached the peak level of their control force. Some of them were at the early stage of the peak level, some were at the middle stage, and only a few of them had reached the late stage. Those youths who had not reached the level of great accomplishment did not even step forward to take the test. I'm going too. I'll go with you. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also went up for the test. Feng Wuji had comprehended the force of wind and reached the early stage of the Deshang realm. Ling Yanqi had comprehended the force of fire and reached the middle stage of the Deshang realm. Soon, more than 400 people passed the test. For geniuses at the level of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, most of them had already reached the major accomplishment stage. Of course, there were also a few who did not reach that level. However, not a single person had reached the peak of Shi. Although there was only one step between the great completion and great perfection of control force, the difference was huge. One was flawed while the other was perfect. The difference in power was several times. Yang Liuji has entered the arena. Many people's eyes lit up. Up until now, no one from the Cloud Emperor ranking had entered the arena. They wanted to see how far the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking could go. Yang Liuji walked up to the stone pillar, his entire body exuding a burning aura. With a wave of his hand, Shi poured into the stone pillar. Buzz! The stone pillar trembled, and an extremely dense Silavirer light spread out, making the entire stone pillar look as if it was made of pure Silavirer. Force of fire, the limit of large success. Lu Xiu announced. The limit of the upper tier was just one step away from the Great Circle. This was the first person who had reached the peak of Shi. Lu Ming's gaze was calm. He was not surprised at all. He had fought with Yang Liuji before, so he was very clear about the strength of Yang Liuji's force. Yang Liuji's appearance opened the prologue to the appearance of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list. Then, one by one, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list appeared. However, it was a pity that most of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had only reached the limit of the upper tier. There were even a few people who were only at the late stage of the Deshang realm, and none of them had reached the perfection realm. Even those ranked in the top 10 on the Cloud Emperor ranking were only at the limit of the great completion. It's the Fire Spirit Prince's turn. Someone shouted. Young Master Huoling strode forward with a cold and arrogant expression, but he was only at the peak of the profound level. Following that, Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and Lan Yundao stepped forward one by one. Unfortunately, none of them had reached the peak of their astral force. From this, one could see how difficult it was to reach perfection. I'm going to take the test, do you want to come with me? Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them stepped forward and attracted a lot of attention. Lan Yun said. Yan Feishuan and Qiu Changkong turned their cold gazes over. I'll go first, or you go first. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming. Anything is fine. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then you go first. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming stepped forward. A scorching aura burst out from his body. The power of the fire surged into the stone pillar and it turned pure Esilavirur immediately. The force of fire is at the limit of perfection, Lu Xiu announced. Many people were not too surprised. Since Lu Ming could defeat Yang Liuji, his comprehension of force would naturally not be bad. It was normal for him to reach the limit of large success. Lu Ming smiled and took a few steps back. During this period of time, he had cultivated the force of fire to the limit of large success, but it was difficult to break through to perfection. As for wind force, it had also reached the limit of the small success stage and was about to break through to the large success stage. Lu Ming believed that the power of the fusion of the two types of shi would not be inferior to that of a perfected shi. Lu Ming retreated while Xian Yanqing stepped forward. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura erupted from Xian Yanqing's body as he was surrounded by a green light. Who? This was the force of the wind. The powerful force of the wind gushed into the stone pillar. Buzz! The stone pillar began to shake violently. In the next moment, golden rays of light began to spread out. Golden light, it's golden light! Someone shouted. Perfect force. This woman has already cultivated her force to perfect force. How terrifying! What a monster! Why haven't I heard of him before? The surroundings were filled with clamors and cries of alarm. Lu Ming was stunned as well, then he sighed. A 7th level king level blood meridian was indeed terrifying. Even his comprehension of force was unique. Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao, and Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Jian Fengyun, young master Tian Shi, and Jiang Hongwen's eyes lit up. Especially young master Tian Shi, who was staring at Xian Yanqing with greed and lust in his eyes. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's mouths were wide open in shock. Wind force, perfect, good, good. Lu Xiu laughed heartily. The stronger the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, the more contribution he would make and the corresponding rewards would be given. Naturally, he was happy. Humph. Xian Yanqing retracted his essential qi and walked to Lu Ming's side. He pursed his lips provocatively as if to say, "Do you see that? I'm stronger than you." Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Next! Lu Xiu shouted. I'll do it. Jiang Hongwen strode forward, waved his hand, and a force landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled, and then, it also emitted a golden light. Force, perfection. I'll do it. Then, young master Tian Shi stepped forward. His body trembled slightly, and a long snake-like force slammed into the stone pillar. The next moment, golden light filled the air. It's your turn. Young master Tian Shi looked at Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun smiled. He didn't move, but two sword lights shot out from his eyes. This was a sword light condensed from shi, and it landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled violently and emitted a rich golden light. Similarly, force, perfection. Only 4 people's shi had reached perfection. They were Jian Fengyun, young master Tian Shi, Jiang Hongwen, and the rising star, Xian Yanqing. 10,000 illusionary killing array. Next, who else is going to take the test? Lu Xiu looked at the remaining 60-odd people. These 60-over people had been standing still the entire time, clearly not confident in themselves. At this moment, all of them had ugly expressions and were hesitating. If you don't come up, you'll be disqualified and eliminated. Lu Xiu announced. I'll do it. Finally, someone went up and decided to give it a try. Unfortunately, shi was only at the limit of the initial success stage and had not yet reached the major success stage. It was mercilessly eliminated. Following that, a few more people came forward with a fluke mind, but they were all eliminated one by one. The rest of the people shook their heads and sighed. No one continued to test because there was no need. They knew best whether their control force had reached large success or not. Alright, those who were eliminated, leave this place. Those who succeeded, follow me into Myriad Illusion Canyon. Lu Xiu shouted. Those who had been eliminated sighed and soared into the air, ending the selection of the Detian Divine Guards. Alright, follow me. Lu Xiu said, then turned around and walked back. 10,000 Illusion Canyon was in the middle of the two mountain peaks. That place was heavily guarded. As he followed Lu Xiu, he was not obstructed by any obstacles and entered the canyon. The canyon was very wide, at least 1,000 meters wide, and on both sides were cliffs that were thousands of feet tall. In front of the canyon, there was a huge light screen that separated the canyon. Behind the light screen, it was all blurry and he could not see anything clearly. Behind this layer of light is a large inscription array, called the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. The second round of the preliminaries will be carried out in this 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. As long as you enter the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array, powerful warriors or demonic beasts will be condensed inside. As long as you kill the warriors or demonic beasts inside, you will be able to obtain the corresponding points. The two stone tablets in front of the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array will show your points and ranking. Only those who have scored 500 points will be considered to have passed and be able to participate in the true selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The time limit is only half an hour. Once the time is up, you will be automatically transported out. This standard is the same in many regions in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Lu Xiu briefly introduced the rules of the second round. Sure enough, in front of the light curtain, they saw two huge stone tablets that were 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. Alright, the rules are very simple. Next, it will depend on your strength. The 10,000 Illusionary Killing Formation can allow 50 people to enter at a time. You can make your own choice. We can start now. Lu Xiu announced. As soon as Lu Xiu finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Then, someone strode out and walked towards the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally followed one by one. In a short while, 50 people had rushed into the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. When the 50 people rushed into the Myriad Illusionary Killing Array, the two stone tablets in front of them started to emit a hazy light. After a few breaths, a few lines of words appeared on the first stone tablet. Wasp, 1 point. Long Mao, 1 point. 7 to 8 names appeared in succession, and behind the names were the corresponding points. After a few more breaths, some people's points went from 1 to 2, and then to 3. More and more names appeared on the stone tablet. 2 minutes later, 50 names appeared on the stone tablet, and behind each name was the corresponding score. Some people's points increased very quickly, while some people's points increased much slower. After a while, someone had already reached 400 points, approaching 500. As long as they reached 500 points, they would be able to pass the preliminaries and obtain the qualifications to participate in the true selection. At this moment, the light screen trembled, and someone flew out from inside. Everyone could see that wounds had appeared on this person's body, and blood was dripping. Everyone's heart trembled. It seemed that this formation was not that safe. After this person flew out, his name disappeared from the first stone tablet. This person looked defeated. Clearly, he had failed. After this person, the light screen would shake from time to time, and people would constantly fly out. Without a doubt, none of these people who flew out had 500 points. They all ended in failure. When the half an hour was about to end, 47 people had already flown out, and none of these 47 people had reached 500 points. Only the last 3 people who flew out had more than 500 points. The highest score was 553 points. When the last 3 people came out, the second stone tablet lit up, and 3 names appeared. First place, Hornets, 553 points. Second place. The 3 names were those who had reached 500 points. These three were naturally overjoyed, while the other 47 people had unsightly expressions and were extremely dejected. The rest of the people who had not entered looked extremely serious. The elimination rate was too high. Out of the 50 people, 47 people were eliminated, and only 3 passed. Although there weren't any impressive geniuses in this group, the elimination rate still made people gasp. Alright, the first group has finished. Next group, continue. Lu Xiu announced. But everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, no one stepped forward. Hurry up. The result will be the same in the morning and at night. It won't be easier to get up at night. Lu Xiu frowned. What's there to hesitate about? I'll go. Yang Liuji coldly snorted and strode forward. After that, one figure after another also walked forward. 50 people disappeared from the light screen. A breath after he entered the light screen, a name suddenly appeared on the first stone tablet. Yang 6 Extremes. After that, Yang Liuji's points started to soar. 1, 2, 5, 10. The speed at which his points rose was terrifying. In just 5 minutes, his points had already exceeded 500 and were still rising. The others were much slower than him. Yang Liuji's points only started to slow down when he reached 1,000 points. At this moment, the light screen trembled again, and someone flew out from inside. Soon, half an hour had passed, and everyone in the group had come out. This time, there were a total of 6 people who had more than 500 points and passed the preliminaries. The names of these 6 people also appeared on the second stone tablet. Including the 3 people before them, there were a total of 9 names on the second stone tablet. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had obtained a total of 10 points, ranking first. Yang Liuji had a smug expression as he walked to the side. After that, the third group of 50 people entered. This time, 5 people passed. In this group, there was also a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking. This person was slightly stronger than Yang Liuji and had 22 points more than him. He rushed to the first place, while Yang Liuji became second. Then, the fourth group, the fifth group. Group by group, they went in. The further they went, the more experts went in, and the more qualified people there were. Chapter 363 Indirect Contest. The second stone tablet's ranking fluctuated continuously. People were constantly being surpassed, and people were constantly rushing up. After the sixth group, Yang Liuji had dropped to 21st place. This made his face extremely gloomy, especially when a few unknown people had surpassed him. This made his face even uglier. There were still quite a few experts who had yet to go on stage. Originally, Yang Liuji had been very ambitious and wanted to make it to the top 30, or even the top 20, but now it seemed that there was no hope at all. It would be good enough if he could keep his position on the Cloud Emperor board. After the sixth group was finished, it was the seventh group's turn. Brother Yan, how about we attack? Lan Yundao looked at Yan Feishuan and said with a smile. Just what I wanted. Yan Feishuan smiled. Count me in. A young man in green stepped out. Everyone recognized him as the 7th-ranked Ji Rufeng. The top 10 geniuses are about to make their move. Everyone's heart trembled as they revealed looks of anticipation. Would there be any changes in the top 10 this time? Their bodies flickered as they charged forward. Young Master Hualing has also made his move. And Qiu Changkong. Someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw the arrogant young Master Hualing and Qiu Changkong. These two people had attracted a lot of attention recently. Many people were guessing whether the two could make it into the top 10. Buzz! Buzz! The 50 figures charged into the myriad illusionary killing array. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the 2 stone tablets. There were many experts in this group, so the competition would definitely be intense. Buzz! A breath after everyone had rushed in, the first stone tablet suddenly glowed with names. Lan Yun said. Ji Rufeng, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and young Master Huoling were all here. At the same time, the points behind their names jumped up rapidly and began to soar. These 5 people's points rose at almost the same speed, leaving the others far behind. In just 2 minutes, the points of the 5 of them had exceeded 500 points and continued to soar. In 8 minutes, his score had exceeded 1,000 points. At this time, the speed of the 5 people slowly slowed down. This is truly shocking. Qiu Changkong and young Master Huoling are actually able to keep up with Lan Yundao's speed. This is truly shocking. Can the 2 of them really make it into the top 10? It's hard to say. The higher the level of the 10,000 illusionary killing array, the more difficult it is. At their level, if they want to determine the winner, they will have to see the later battles. Many young men were discussing. Her score continued to rise. 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. 20 minutes later, all 5 of them had more than 2,000 points. At this moment, it could be seen that Lan Yundao's growth was the fastest, followed by Ji Rufeng. However, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and young Master Huoling were almost the same. When it broke through 2,100 points, Yan Feishuan, the fire spirit young master, and Qiu Changkong's points rose at the speed of a turtle. When the 30 minutes were up, the screen flickered and a few figures flew out. They were Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and the fire spirit young master. The 3 of them looked pale and weak. Qiu Changkong is in the lead. His points are actually higher than young Master Huoling and Yan Feishuan. Someone cried out in shock. Qiu Changkong's score was 2,235 points. Yan Feishuan, on the other hand, had 2,205 points, 30 points less than Qiu Changkong. And the fire spirit young master had 30 points less than Yan Feishuan. Damn it! Yan Feishuan shouted angrily, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had actually been surpassed by Qiu Changkong. I was just lucky. If we were to fight face to face, I would definitely be able to kill them all. Young Master Huoling coldly snorted. He was very unhappy. When the final moment arrived, Lan Yundao and Ji Rufeng also appeared. Both of them had more than 2,400 points. However, Lan Yundao had more points and was ahead of Ji Rufeng. At the same time, the second stone tablet glowed and the ranking on it changed. Lan Yundao was temporarily in first place, followed by Ji Rufeng, Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and the fire spirit young master. As for Yang Liuji, he had already reached the 29th place. This made Yang Liuji's face as dark as charcoal. Next, the 8th group. Lu Xiu announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stepped out. Jian Fengyun. Everyone was shocked. Jian Fengyun was about to make his move, and everyone was extremely excited. Jian Fengyun was a rare genius who dominated the Cloud Emperor ranking and suppressed the other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was because he was too strong. As for him, it had been almost 2 years since anyone had seen him in action. What level had his cultivation reached now? Ha, Jian Fengyun, you're finally going to fight. Alright, even though this isn't a direct fight, it's an indirect one. Let me see how much you've improved during this period of time. Young Master Tian Shi sneered and also stepped forward. Since you've all made your moves, I'll play with you too. Jiang Hongwen also walked out with a smile. Everyone felt their hearts beat faster. The top 3 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were going to fight together. This was too shocking and exciting. Everyone seemed to be able to see countless sparks shining. 2 of the top 10 geniuses had wanted to make a move, but they stopped. If he were to attack together with Jian Fengyun, young Master Tian Shi, and Jiang Hongwen, he would only serve as a foil. Tian Shi, I will let you see that the gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly, his confidence was undeniable. Strength is not something that can be said with words. Young Master Tian Shi coldly snorted. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, their figures flickered and rushed into the myriad illusionary killing array. Immediately, the score began to soar. Jian Fengyun, young master Tian Shi, and Jiang Hongwen's points were skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. 500 points, 1,000 points, 1,500 points, 2,000 points. After 2,000 points, their speed didn't slow down and continued to soar. Many people's hearts were in their throats as they watched with wide eyes, afraid to miss the wonderful scene. 3,000 points. When they reached 3,000 points, young master Tian Shi and Jiang Hongwen's speed began to slow down. However, Jian Fengyun was still very fast. Oh my god, 3,000 points. According to my guess, after 3,000 points, the opponents that appear will be in the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9. And there are 20 of them. That's right. Their opponents are indeed 20 early 9th Martial Ancestor Realm experts. Lu Xiu gave an affirmative answer. Everyone gasped. Lu Ming's gaze also narrowed. Facing the siege of 20 early stage 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm experts, he could still keep increasing his points. The top 3 on the Cloud Emperor list were indeed terrifying. As time passed, it became more and more difficult for young Master Tian Shi and Jiang Hongwen to increase their points. In the end, they basically stopped. Jian Fengyun's points continued to rise. In the end, he was ahead of young Master Tian Shi by more than 600 points. Buzz! Buzz! Once the 30 minutes were up, they were teleported out one by one. Chapter 364 Crushing Everything. After coming out, young Master Tian Shi hurriedly looked at the stone tablet. When he saw the score on the stone tablet, young Master Tian Shi's face changed greatly and he roared, "Impossible, Jian Fengyun. How could your score be so much higher than mine? Impossible. It was more than 600 points higher. This was not just a little bit, it was several levels higher." Young Master Tian Shi couldn't believe that the gap between him and Jian Fengyun was so huge. Nothing is impossible. Tian Shi, you've been hiding in this corner of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You think you're a peerless genius, but you're just a frog in a well. There are many people like you in the world. Jian Fengyun said indifferently. Impossible. Young Master Tian Shi roared, thinking that Jian Fengyun was trying to hurt him. Jian Fengyun sneered and walked to the side. He didn't bother to talk to young Master Tian Shi. The others were extremely shocked. Jian Fengyun was too strong. No wonder he was ranked first on the Cloud Emperor board. He was way ahead of the second place and no one else could surpass him. Lu Xiu nodded his head. The Cloud Emperor mountain range would have to rely on Jian Fengyun for the Emperor Sky Divine Guard's selection this time. The ranking on the second stone stele had changed. Jian Fengyun was in first place, while young Master Tian Shi was in second place, having more than 100 points higher than Jiang Hongwen. Jiang Hongwen was third. As for Lan Yundao and the others, they were pushed back 3 places. Alright, Group 9, get ready. Lu Xiu announced. Lu Ming, let's go together. Let's see who can suppress who. Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with provocation. I'll keep you company. Lu Ming smiled. The two of them strode out. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also rushed forward. Xian Yanqing has made his move. Her sure has reached a terrifying level of perfection. I wonder what rank she'll get. It's hard to say. The myriad illusionary killing array tests one's overall combat power. Although Xian Yanqing's control force is strong, his overall combat power might not be that strong. He also has to consider the bloodline level, cultivation method, physical cultivation, and comprehension of martial arts techniques. Xian Yanqing's cultivation is too low, so he might not be able to get too high. It'll be good if he can make it to the 36th place. You're right. The top 36 are equivalent to being on the Cloud Emperor board. Look, Shangguan Yunyan and the others have made their move. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion when suddenly, a cry of surprise could be heard. Shangguan Yunyan, the fourth genius on the Cloud Emperor board, and the only woman in the top 10, was peerless. In addition, there were a few geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor board, such as the 6th and 8th. This batch was also worth watching. As for Lu Ming, he was directly ignored. Although Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji, what was his ranking now? He was about to fall out of the Cloud Emperor ranking. Even if Lu Ming could defeat him, how powerful could he be? At most, he would be able to enter the Cloud Emperor board, which would not attract anyone's interest. Buzz! Buzz! The 50 people rushed into the 10,000 illusionary killing array and disappeared. The moment Lu Ming rushed into the light screen, he suddenly felt that the sky and earth were spinning. The next moment, he realized that he was standing on a grassland. In front of him, there was a flash of light, and demonic beasts began to form. There were a total of 20 black tigers. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent and roared before pouncing at him. It's equivalent to the early stage of the 5th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Killing one will give you 1 point. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and some information flashed in his mind. At the same time, the demon's subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. Bang! Bang! Like fireworks, the 20 demonic beasts that were equivalent to the early stage of the 5th level martial arts Grandmaster realm were all blown up by Lu Ming's spear. They turned into wisps of energy and dissipated in the air. Hoo-hoo! After the 20 giant tigers exploded, energy swept through the air. After a few breaths, another 20 giant tigers appeared. The only difference was that the auras of these 20 giant tigers were much stronger than before, reaching the middle stage of Martial Ancestor 5 Dan. In the middle stage of the Martial Ancestor realm, killing one would give him 2 points. It was the same for everyone who entered. They would encounter 20 demonic beasts at the early stage of the 5th Martial Ancestor realm at the beginning. After killing all of them, stronger demonic beasts would appear. In the early stage of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor realm, killing one would give 1 point. In the middle stage of Martial Ancestor realm level 5, killing one would give him 2 points. Later stage of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor realm, each of them was worth 3 points. And so on, for every small level, the points gained from killing one would increase by 1 point. For example, the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor realm was worth 4 points, and the early stage of the 6th level was worth 5 points. In order to obtain 500 points and pass the preliminaries, one had to at least reach the later stage of the 6th level of the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm and kill at least 6 existences of the later stage of the 6th level of the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm. To be able to kill 6 of the 20 demonic beasts of the Martial Ancestor realm advanced stage, his overall combat strength was probably comparable to the peak of the Martial Ancestor realm. The 20 giant tigers in the middle of the 5th level Martial Ancestor realm were still unable to fight back against Lu Ming. Whoosh! Xiao! Xiao! Lu Ming's spear trembled and rays of spear radiance burst out. 20 giant tigers were shot and exploded by the spear radiance. On the stone tablet outside, Lu Ming's points naturally soared. However, it didn't attract too much attention. In the beginning, it was normal for the points to soar. In the myriad illusionary killing array, the killing continued. After the 20 tigers were killed, another 20 demonic beasts of the Martial Ancestor realm advanced stage appeared. It was still an easy kill. Then, there were 20 giant tigers at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. After the 20 giant tigers at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm were killed, the world suddenly changed. Lu Ming realized that he was in a swamp. Whoosh! Xiao! Xiao! From the swamp, 20 huge snakes as thick as a bowl suddenly shot out and pounced towards Lu Ming. The strength of its aura was a lot stronger than the giant tiger from before. It was a demonic beast in the early stage of Martial Ancestor 6 Dan. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he continued to stab with his long spear. Bang! Bang! The giant snakes exploded in the air. A 6th-level martial ancestor realm demonic beast was no match for Lu Ming and could not do anything to stop him. Lu Ming swept down with a destructive force. His points also skyrocketed. Very quickly, he had surpassed 500 points. It continued to rise. 600 points, 700 points. By the time Lu Ming had killed all 20 demonic beasts at the peak of the 6th-level martial ancestor realm, his score had reached 720. At this moment, the surrounding scene changed again. It turned into a huge mountain, surrounded by rocks. Suddenly, the rocks in the surroundings started to wriggle, turning into giant stone men that were 3 meters tall. There were 20 stone men in total. Thump! Dong! Each of the stone golems was equivalent to the early stage of the 7th-level martial grandmaster realm. They held a mace made of stone in their hands. They stomped on the ground and charged at Lu Ming with a loud boom. The mace came crashing down on Lu Ming like a huge mountain. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body shot out like a cannonball. The power of wind and fire on his long spear merged and he swept out. Bang! One of the golems was struck by the spear and exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Instantly, Lu Ming's points increased by 9. Even an early stage of the 7th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm could not stop Lu Ming. Chapter 365 Comprehension. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long spear stabbed out continuously, and the golems exploded one after another. Not long after, the 20 golems were all defeated by Lu Ming. Next, the 7th-level martial arts grandmaster mid-level stone golems could not stop Lu Ming either. He swept through everything. When the 20 stone golems in the later stage of the 7th realm martial arts grandmaster realm were defeated, Lu Ming's points had already surpassed Yang Liuji's. Outside the formation, Yang Liuji's eyes were fixed on the steel, his teeth clenched. Lu Ming. Yang Liuji growled. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt extremely unhappy that Lu Ming had surpassed him. However, the others did not pay much attention to Lu Ming. The top 10 on the Cloud Emperor board were no slower than Lu Ming in terms of points. Boom! Boom! In the 10,000 illusionary killing array, Lu Ming shot a few times in succession and defeated the last 2 7th peak martial ancestor realm golems. At this point, Lu Ming's points had reached 1560 points. At this time, the surrounding scene changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a huge canyon. In the canyon, the wind whistled and tore the sky apart. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! A series of air-piercing sounds suddenly rang out in the midst of the violent wind. The next moment, streaks of saber radiance slashed at Lu Ming. They were so fast that they were in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his body trembled slightly. His body was like a flickering light and a fleeting shadow as he drifted back dozens of meters. Buzz! The long spear shook and swept out horizontally, sending a figure flying. At this moment, Lu Ming saw that it was a figure completely wrapped in a black robe. The 10,000 illusionary killing array would not only form demonic beasts, but also warriors. Whoosh! Behind Lu Ming, there were also rays of saber light slashing at him. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked a few attacks. These black-robed men were all in the early stage of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Wind force. Lu Ming cast the force of the wind and began to sense the tracks of the black-robed person. Although the black-robed man was fast, he could not hide from Lu Ming's wind force. "I've found you." Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed and he stabbed more than 10 times with his long spear. Lu Ming pierced through 5 to 6 black-robed men in a row, turning them into energy and dissipating. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, the early 8th level martial arts grandmaster realm martial artists were no match for him. After he found their tracks, they were killed by Lu Ming one after another. Very quickly, the 20 black-robed men in the early stage of the 8th martial ancestor realm were all killed. In the next moment, 20 black-robed men in the middle of the 8th level martial grandmaster realm appeared. The 20 black-robed men were even faster. In the midst of the strong wind, they were as fast as lightning. Even when Lu Ming cast wind force, it was difficult to capture the trajectory. Force, these black-robed people actually also grasped wind force. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Amazing, truly amazing. This is only a grand formation, but the martial artist condensed inside actually also grasps the force of the wind. Lu Ming was amazed. This wind force is different from the one I comprehended. That's right, so wind force can also be like this. Why didn't I think of it before? For a moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to kill these black-robed men. Instead, he blocked them and sensed the momentum of the wind at the same time. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he used all his strength and executed the 9 dragons' heaven's stomping steps, he would definitely be able to cross 4 small realms and fight with a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level. He might even win. It was not impossible for him to break through this stage with his full strength. However, Lu Ming was no longer in a hurry. Outside the 10,000 illusionary killing array, everyone was staring at the stone tablet. In the beginning, Lu Ming did not attract much attention. However, when he passed the 7th level martial arts grandmaster stage and accumulated 1560 points, he attracted a lot of attention. This was a threshold. Those who could cross this threshold, even in the Cloud Emperor ranking, were top geniuses and could definitely be ranked in the top 20. Lu Ming is actually so strong. He has accumulated 1,560 points. He's going to face a martial arts grandmaster 8th realm early phase next. I wonder how far Lu Ming can go. Many people were discussing. When Yang Liuji heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Yan Feishuan muttered. You have some ability, but you still have to die. Lan Yundao snorted. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level. It looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to kill you during the Ditian Divine Guard's selection this time. Qiu Wuyang's eyes glowed with a cold light. But not long after, their expressions changed. Lu Ming's points continued to rise at a very fast speed, no slower than Shengguan Yanchen and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor ranking. It's still increasing. Lu Ming's points are still increasing. He's too strong. Could it be that Lu Ming can charge into the top 10? I really didn't expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. He probably didn't use much of his strength when he defeated Yang Liuji, right? Oh my god, look, Xian Yanqing's points aren't bad either. They're all from the Blazing Sun Empire. Including Qiu Changkong, the small Blazing Sun Empire has 3 such terrifying geniuses. Unbelievable. Exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. Very quickly, Lu Ming's points shot up to 1,820. This meant that Lu Ming had already killed 20 martial arts grandmaster 8th realm martial artists. Next, Lu Ming will be facing 20 martial arts grandmaster 8th realm intermediate stage martial artists. As long as he can pass this stage, there's a high chance that he'll make it into the top 10. If he can pass the next stage, he'll be able to surpass Qiu Changkong and enter the top 10. I'm looking forward to it. No, have you noticed that Lu Ming's points have stopped moving? Yes, could it be that he has reached his limit? That's most likely the case. I think he's already at the end of his rope and should be doing his best to resist. That's why his points have stopped moving. Who? Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and the others also heaved a long sigh. Qiu Changkong, in particular, was nervous when he saw Lu Ming's points increase rapidly. He was afraid that Lu Ming would surpass him. Given his pride, he would definitely find it hard to accept that Lu Ming had surpassed him. Fortunately, Lu Ming's points suddenly stopped. Hee, Lu Ming, is this your limit? What a disappointment. Chiu Changkong murmured, a smile on his face. At the same time, Lan Yundao and the others were also sneering. Lu Ming was just that. He did not pose a threat to them. Look, Xian Yanqing's points are slowing down too. Not bad. It seems like Xian Yanqing's combat power is slightly higher than Lu Ming's, but he's not as strong as the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Some people were discussing with each other, expressing their own opinions. That was because the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were still increasing their points. Not long after, 3 of the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board had surpassed Chiu Changkong and pushed him down to the 9th place. Yan Feishuan, on the other hand, fell to the 10th place. Detestable. Yan Feishuan gritted his teeth. He was originally ranked 9th, but this time, he was ranked 10th. Not only did he not improve, but he also dropped 1 rank, which made him depressed. You're the second. Time passed slowly and soon, the half-hour time limit was up. The screen shook and Xian Yanqing came out. As for Lu Ming's score, it was still stagnant but it did not come out. He's really able to hold on. But this is the preliminaries, what's the point of holding on? Chiu Changkong coldly laughed. However, the next moment, his eyes popped out and his mouth opened so wide that he could swallow a dead rat. On the first stone tablet, Lu Ming's stagnant points suddenly soared again at a terrifying speed. On the field, the others' expressions were similar to Chiu Changkong's. They were all dumbfounded. How is that possible? How was this possible? Why did Lu Ming's points start to soar? Could he have been hiding his strength? That's impossible, right? The crowd was in a heated discussion, and even Jian Fengyun was stunned. Lu Ming's points exceeded 2,000 in an instant, then 2,100, 2,200, and then he surpassed Chiu Changkong. When Lu Ming's points reached more than 2,400, the light screen trembled and he flew out directly. Shangguan Yunyan and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor ranking also flew out. Nest, why are you running out of time? After coming out, Lu Ming could not stop mumbling. He was somewhat speechless. Previously, when he saw the black-robed men gain some insight, he couldn't help but start to comprehend the force of the wind. He had already reached the limit of the small success stage of wind force. With this comprehension, wind force smoothly broke through and reached the large success stage. The force of wind and the force of fire fused together and increased their power. Previously, the power of the wind and fire was one strong and one weak, and it was not balanced. Although the power of the fusion was great, it did not reach its maximum. Now that the two types of Shi were in balance, its power was truly terrifying. It completely surpassed the power of a single Shi at perfection. Lu Ming's two forces merged into the long spear. With a sweep of the long spear, the black-robed men in the middle of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm were defeated one after another. It was impossible to stop them. In just a few breaths' time, the 20 black-robed men in the martial ancestor 8th realm middle stage were all defeated. Next, there were 20 black-robed men in the later stage of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm. However, they could not withstand Lu Ming's attack and were killed in a short time. Just as Lu Ming was about to fight the 20 black-robed men at the peak of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm, the space suddenly trembled and he was teleported out. Lu Ming immediately knew that the time was up. Forget it, this score should not be too bad. Lu Ming muttered. Brother Lu, congratulations. At this moment, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi walked over and cupped their fists. However, the two of them looked helpless and bitter. Lu Ming knew that the two of them definitely did not pass the test. Their points did not reach 500 points. Lu Ming had already guessed this and did not say much. At this moment, the second stone tablet was shining and the ranking had changed. The top 3 remained the same. They were still Jian Fengyun, Young Master Tian Shi, and Jiang Hongwen. The 4th place had changed to Shangguan Yunyan. 5th place, still Lan Yun said. The top 7 on the Cloud Emperor board had not changed. However, the 8th place had changed to Lu Ming. Qiu Changkong, on the other hand, had dropped to the 10th place. Yan Feishuan directly fell out of the top 10 and was ranked 11th. Damn it! Yan Feishuan trembled with anger. Before this competition, he was full of confidence and wanted to advance a few more ranks. Now, not only did he not advance, but he even fell back a few ranks. Lu Ming is to blame. Yan Feishuan immediately put the blame on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not made it to the 8th place, he would not have dropped out of the top 10. Although there was only a 1-rank difference between the 11th and the top 10, they were on 2 completely different levels. On the other side, Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming had actually surpassed him. He found it hard to accept that they were both from the Blazing Sun Empire. From then on, the leader of the Blazing Sun Empire's geniuses was Lu Ming, not him. Kill, kill, kill. Qiu Changkong roared in his heart. Lu Ming seemed to have sensed Qiu Changkong's killing intent. He looked at Qiu Changkong and sneered. Little Kong, I'm sorry. I accidentally surpassed you. Now, in the Burning Sun Empire, you're number 2. Lu Ming, you're a coward. Qiu Changkong bellowed, his eyes red with anger. What did Lu Ming call him? Little Kong. What did he mean by not wanting to surpass him? Did he become the second child? Every word was so infuriating that Qiu Changkong felt his heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney ache. Lu Ming, just because you have a high score for the Myriad Illusionary Killing Array doesn't mean that you can win a real life and death battle. Qiu Changkong took a deep breath and calmed himself down after a while. Oh. Was it? Then let's have a real life and death battle. Lu Ming glared at Qiu Changkong with murderous intent. Qiu Changkong was someone he had to kill. It would be great if he could take this opportunity to get rid of him. However, Qiu Changkong's eyes flickered but he didn't agree. He snorted coldly and walked to the side. Now, he did not have any chance of winning. He had no confidence in Lu Ming's combat strength. So you didn't dare, you're really a coward. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Qiu Changkong's eyes turned red again, and he almost exploded in anger. He could not wait to turn around and cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. However, his rationality told him that he had to endure it. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die without a burial place sooner or later. Qiu Changkong bellowed in his heart. The test was still going on, and there was only one group left. However, this group did not have any outstanding geniuses, so the crowd was not interested. Very quickly, half an hour had passed and the last group was finished. The names of the preliminary qualifiers had all been announced. A total of 98 people passed the preliminaries and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection. More than 600 people had come, but only 98 people had passed. This probability was not low. Don't forget, these 600 people were all geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Alright, the 98 of you have passed the preliminaries and become the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards. The selection will be held in the Myriad Stars City in 3 months. All you need to do is to get to the Myriad Stars City within 3 months. Lu Xiu announced. Myriad Stars City. Many people were stunned, obviously not having heard of it. The Myriad Star City is the branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the eastern part of the Profound Heaven region. All of you just need to rush to the Myriad Star City and gather at the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. I will be waiting for you there. This is the map to the Myriad Star City. Lu Xiu gave them a brief introduction, then took out a stack of maps and distributed them to everyone. Alright, now follow me out. You can make your own arrangements for the next 3 months. Lu Xiu said. Then, everyone followed Lu Xiu out of Myriad Illusion Canyon. Then, they all dispersed. Lu Ming, I've been surpassed by you this time. Next time, I'll definitely surpass you. On the way back, Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and said to Lu Ming. This time, Xian Yanqing was ranked 15th, falling behind Lu Ming. She was still brooding over this. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Why did this chick want to surpass him every day? Thousand River Region. On the side, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces were flushed red. They wanted to laugh, but they were too embarrassed to. Little Qing, we're already an old couple. Don't be like this. Brother Feng and Brother Ling will laugh at us. Lu Ming whispered in Xian Yanqing's ear. Who are you flirting with? Don't talk nonsense. Xian Yanqing's face turned red and she glared at Lu Ming. We've already seen each other. We're not considered an old couple. Do I really have to do you? Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered. Lu Yingming, die. A sharp cry rang out, piercing Lu Ming's eardrums. Xian Yanqing gritted her teeth. If not for Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi, she would have pounced on Lu Ming and bit him. Gentle, gentle, a girl must be gentle, understand? Don't let Brother Feng and Brother Ling see you as a joke. Lu Ming put his hands behind his back and smiled evilly. At the side. Arg! Brother Ling, the sky is so beautiful today, and the moon is so bright. Ha, you're right, Brother Feng. It was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked up at the sky and lied through their teeth, pretending that they did not see Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The few of them quarreled all the way back to the inn. News of this test started to spread like wildfire in the Cloud-Desolate Empire's capital. Jian Fengyan's power and invincibility naturally caused a heated discussion among many. In addition, the names of Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, and Xian Yanqing were also mentioned. This was because the three of them came from the same empire, the Blazing Sun Empire, a small country. The Blazing Sun Empire had produced so many terrifying geniuses, and two of them had even made it into the top 10. This was even more terrifying than many of the middle-level empires. For example, the Blood Xiao Empire did not even have a single top 10. 2 days later, on a mountain peak, Qiu Changkong knelt down before an old man. Master, why are you here? Qiu Changkong respectfully replied. This old man was Qiu Changkong's in-name disciple. He was an important figure in the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Zhangkong, although you were ranked 36th on the Cloud Emperor board, you were arrogant and never put the other geniuses on the board in your eyes. After this preliminary round, you should have realized that there is always someone better, right? Moreover, this is only the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Cloud Emperor mountain range is a barren land, and the geniuses there can't be compared to those from other regions. It's still very difficult for you to successfully join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The old man sighed. Please give me some guidance, Master. Qiu Changkong respectfully replied. And, this time, Master came here to bring you to the 100 Deities Slope to cultivate. This quota was obtained with great difficulty by Master, so you must treasure it. The old man said. 100 Gods Slope. Qiu Changkong was ecstatic upon hearing this. The 100 Deities Slope was an extremely famous sacred cultivation ground in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He had heard of this name long ago, but he was not qualified to enter. This time, his master had actually helped him obtain such a precious quota. Changkong thanks Master. I'm willing to go through fire and water for Master. Qiu Changkong knelt down once more. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the old man and Qiu Changkong disappeared without a trace. Cloud Desolate Empire Imperial Capital, in. Little Qing, you're leaving. Where are you going? Lu Ming asked. Just now, Xian Yanqing had said goodbye to him. Of course I'm going to find a place to seclude myself. Fortunately, I'll surpass you in 3 months. Well, I'll see you in the Myriad Star City in 3 months. With that said, Xian Yanqing sized Lu Ming up carefully, then turned and left, disappearing in an instant. Looking in the direction that Xian Yanqing had disappeared, Lu Ming felt a slight reluctance to part. Little Qing, how far can you go in 3 months? Lu Ming muttered. Xian Yanqing's identity had always been very mysterious. Lu Ming still did not know where she came from. And her sister, Xian Yanjuan, was a natural-born king with terrifying talent. Lu Ming had a feeling that when he met Xian Yanqing again in 3 months, her cultivation would have improved greatly. Looks like I'll have to work hard too. Otherwise, I might really be surpassed by her. Lu Ming smiled faintly. After a long while, Lu Ming looked at Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, what are your plans after this? Lu Ming asked. We're planning to return to the Blazing Sun Empire. What about you, Brother Lu? Feng Wuji said. I'm going to set off for the Myriad Star City now. I'll cultivate while I'm on the way. Lu Ming said. He had already seen the map. The Myriad Star City was too far away from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him a month to fly at full speed. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to cultivate as he hurried on his journey. He treated this journey as a kind of training. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi both nodded. Brother Feng, please help me tell my parents that I'm safe after you return. Lu Ming said. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring it. Feng Wuji nodded. After that, Feng Wuji bade farewell to Ling Yanqi and Lu Ming and left for the Blazing Sun Empire. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was the only one left. I should also make a move. Lu Ming smiled and left the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire. He rose into the air and flew towards the west, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the easternmost part of the Tianxian region. It was extremely far from the Myriad Star City and was separated by many regions. Back when he was traveling from the Blazing Sun Empire to the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire, Lu Ming did not use his full speed because of Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Now that he was alone, he used all his strength and his speed was shocking. Countless mountains, rivers, and plateaus flashed past Lu Ming's feet. In just 3 days, Lu Ming had left the Cloud Emperor mountain range and entered another area. In the Thousand River region. The Thousand River region was a region close to the Cloud Emperor mountain range, and it was several times larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was extremely wide and had given birth to hundreds of empires and countless people. Among them, the strongest empire was called the Qianjiang Empire. It was a high-level empire and was extremely powerful. Back then, Jian Fengyun had trained in the Thousand River region. The terrain of the Thousand River region was completely different from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Cloud Emperor mountain range had many mountains and steep terrain. As for the Thousand River region, the terrain was flat, and the rivers flowed rapidly. There were countless large rivers scattered across the vast land. Lu Ming was standing in the sky above a large river, dumbfounded. This was because the river was simply too wide. Looking down from a height of 10,000 meters, the river was 100 miles wide. If not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not be able to see the end. As for its length, it was impossible to measure it with a naked eye. On the river, many large ships sailed on the water. As expected, it has a different flavor. Looking at the vast river, Lu Ming felt his heart open and his mood was extremely comfortable. The true qi in his body also began to circulate rapidly. Chapter 368 Heaven's Gate. And NBSP, hoo. The qi cyclone in his dantian also spun at an even faster speed. The spiritual energy from all directions was gathering toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. A moment later, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and the sound of a big river surging came from his body. An aura that was twice as strong as before burst forth, but it quickly receded in the next moment. Early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm a few months ago. He had been polishing his true chi and strengthening his foundation for the past few months. He had long reached the realm of being as one. Just now, when he was feeling relaxed and at ease, his cultivation base had naturally broken through without the slightest hindrance or hesitation. Now, what is my ranking on the Cloud Emperor board? A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. In a flash, he flew along the river at high speed. Look! It's a martial arts grandmaster. There were shadows of sails in the river. Someone on the boat saw Lu Ming and shouted. Even in the Thousand River region, martial grandmasters were high and mighty figures. What a young martial arts grandmaster! I want to be like him. Some of the teenagers looked at Lu Ming in the sky with envy. These people did not catch Lu Ming's attention. His speed increased and the vast river crossed under his feet. The river was many kilometers long. Lu Ming had already flown along the river for 100,000 kilometers, but he still had not reached the end. Along the way, they passed by countless tributaries, and countless people built their empires near the river. Lu Ming guessed that this river was one of the main rivers in the Thousand River area. It was said that there were 18 main rivers in the Thousand River area and countless tributaries. Walala! At this moment, a violent rolling sound came from the river below, and water splashed in all directions. The waves rolled and Lu Ming saw countless fish in the water. All kinds of fish jumped around. Some of them were dozens of meters long, and they were extremely huge, giving off powerful auras. They were clearly fish-type demonic beasts. These fish-type demonic beasts actually advanced side by side, swimming towards the front of the large river. Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the fish-type demonic beasts. The further they went, the more surprised Lu Ming was. There were more and more fish in the river. There were even many shrimp and turtles, all of which were of the water race. They lined up and swam forward. What's in front? It actually attracted so many water tribe members. Lu Ming pondered and was extremely curious. After traveling for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming saw a tributary. Although it was called a tributary, it was actually about 100 miles wide, extremely wide. From this tributary, a large number of water tribe members also swam out and joined the group. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Lu Ming saw a middle-aged man and woman flying in the air. Like him, they were following the water tribe. The middle-aged man and woman clearly saw Lu Ming as well. Their eyes flashed but they did not say anything. Lu Ming was more and more certain that there was a problem ahead. After traveling for another 10,000 miles or so, the water tribe in the river was already densely packed, and there were already dozens of warriors in the sky. Those who could fly in the air were all martial arts grandmasters. It seems like the Dragon Gate is about to appear again. I wonder where it will appear this time. In the sky, a few young men whispered. Lu Ming's ears twitched and he naturally heard every single word. It's hard to say. The Dragon Gate, also known as the Heaven Gate, is extremely magical. Every time it appears, the water area is different, and the time is not fixed. This time, it's our lucky chance. We must seize it. Senior Pan is right. It's said that when the Heaven's Gate appears, an extremely mysterious aura will spread out. People in that range will often be able to think more actively, especially their comprehension of Shi. It will greatly improve. This time, I must seize the opportunity and break through to the great success stage of the water Shi. Senior brother, I heard that the Heaven's Gate spurts out all kinds of treasures. Is that true? It's true. Legend has it that the Heaven's Gate is extremely mysterious. It's connected to an extremely ancient and powerful world. Every time the Heaven's Gate appears, precious items from that world will spray out. Perhaps, these secrets were not rare in the waters of the Thousand River. Therefore, when the few young people were discussing, they did not deliberately hide it. Lu Ming heard everything clearly. Dragon Sect? Heaven's Gate? There's such a magical thing. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Feeling even more curious, he followed them all the way. After a few thousand miles, the water tribe stopped. In front of them was a huge intersection. 3,000-mile-wide rivers joined together to form an even wider river that flowed into the distance. At the intersection of the three rivers, there was a huge whirlpool. The river water rotated like a funnel. The vortex was huge, at least hundreds of miles in diameter. In the other two rivers, there were also a large number of water tribe members and many warriors. There should be about 100 martial artists in total. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a violent roar came from the vortex. In the river, countless members of the water tribe made different sounds. They all stared at the vortex with reverence. Ha! Every time the Heaven's Gate appears, it will attract a large number of water tribe members. These water tribe members are really stupid. They really want to make the great leap. One of the burly men laughed. The others also smiled faintly, clearly used to it. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sound from the vortex became even louder, as if a behemoth was about to emerge from it. Boom! The next moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and something actually rushed out from it. It was actually a mountain peak. A mountain peak emerged from the vortex. At first, it was the peak of the mountain, then it was the middle of the mountain, and slowly, the bottom of the mountain was revealed. An extremely huge mountain peak appeared at the intersection of the three rivers, causing a large amount of river water to flow to both sides. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain shook. A powerful aura spread out from the middle of the mountain, and a huge stone door appeared. The Heaven's Gate has appeared. Someone shouted. Lu Ming was also extremely shocked. He looked at the mountainside from dozens of miles away. The stone door was 100 meters tall, and a hazy light emanated from it. Charge! Charge! Someone shouted and flew toward the mountain. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He followed the crowd and flew to the mountain peak. He stopped halfway up the mountain and ran toward the stone gate. However, when he was about 1,000 meters away from the stone door, Lu Ming felt a strong force acting on his body. This was no ordinary power. It was a power that was as vast as the heavens and earth. It was very similar to Shi, but it was many times more powerful. Could this be the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. He could feel an extremely mysterious and all-encompassing aura from it. It seemed to contain countless types of forces and countless types of profound meaning of heaven and earth. Bang! Some people were pressed down by this force and directly knelt down. The genius of the Thousand River region. True Qi is useless against momentum. Someone shouted. Boom! Boom! Instantly, all kinds of Shi burst out. Wind, fire, metal, wood, mountain, thunder, water, and so on. Lu Ming realized that most of these people had comprehended the force of water. It probably had something to do with the environment of the Thousand River region. He could only move forward by blocking with force. Some of the Wuzongs who had not comprehended force directly knelt down around 1,000 meters. As for those grandmasters who had comprehended the basics of force, they could walk within 900 meters. Those at the early stage of the initial success stage could advance 800 meters, and those at the middle stage could advance 700 meters. Every bit of power he gained was a bit closer to the heavenly gate. However, Lu Ming was standing at a distance of about 1,000 meters, motionless. He stood there and comprehended. He felt that the last palm of the three palms, the palm of heavenly path, was extremely similar to the aura emitted by the heaven's gate. Heavenly Tao, great Tao of heaven and earth, so that's how it is. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he compared the heavenly path palm with the aura that the heaven's gate was emitting. He had finally figured out a little about the heavenly path palm. The Heavenly Path palm was said to be infinitely close to a heaven-grade martial arts technique once cultivated. Its power was incomparably terrifying, but in history, only a few people were able to cultivate it, as it was too difficult. Lu Ming had been cultivating for a long time, but he still did not have any clues. At this moment, there seemed to be a door that was wide open in front of him. This aura, I want to capture this aura and engrave it in my heart. Then, I will reflect it with the Heavenly Tao palm. I believe that I will be able to cultivate the Heavenly Tao palm very soon. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He focused all his attention on sensing the aura. After a while, Lu Ming used his aura to resist and advanced 100 meters. However, he retreated very quickly. The Heavenly Tao aura ahead was even more intense, but at the same time, it was even more difficult to capture and memorize something. It was still more suitable to be within 1,000 meters. While Lu Ming was trying to understand the situation, two figures were moving forward at the fastest speed. These were two old men, and they could actually walk within 300 meters. Sure, at the peak of its completion, they are the two monsters of Min River. Someone recognized the two old men and shouted. It was obvious that these two old men were very famous. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the two elders' cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th level martial arts grandmaster realm. It's best if you can comprehend it within 300 meters. Moreover, the closer you are to the treasure that will be ejected from the Heaven's Gate, the higher the chance of obtaining it. Some people were extremely envious. Everyone tried their best to get closer to the Heaven's Gate, so that they could gain more. Buzz! At this moment, a figure came from afar and arrived on the mountain in an instant. Then, he continued to rush towards the Heaven's Gate. It was a young man in his 20s. A powerful force erupted from his body, and he was extremely fast. Soon, he was within 300 meters. Who is this person? Sure is actually so powerful. You don't even know Autumn Water. What? He's Li Qiushui, who's ranked 78th on the 1000 River Top 100. Someone was shocked. You two old fogies, get lost. Once Autumn Water was within 300 meters, she looked at the Min River monsters coldly. The faces of the Min River duo darkened, and one of them said, Li Autumn Water, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? I'm telling you to get lost. I'm the only one left within 300 meters. Li Qiushui laughed coldly. Li Autumn Water, isn't your appetite a little too big? I'm afraid you can't hold it, right? The Min River duo said in a deep voice. Can't hold on. Just the two of you. You guys are not worthy. Li Autumn Water was overbearing. Li Qiushui, you may be a genius, but we brothers aren't afraid of you. The Min River duo would not give in so easily. If you don't get lost, then you can only die. Autumn Water's eyes turned cold. Whoosh! A ray of sword light broke through the air and headed toward the two monsters of Min River. I'm not afraid of you. The two Min River monsters roared and used all their strength to resist. Boom! Boom! After only 5 or 6 moves, the two monsters of Min River trembled violently and retreated. A sword wound had appeared on each of their bodies, and it was so deep that their bones could be seen. Gu. Everyone gasped in shock. The famous Min River monsters were injured after 5 or 6 moves by Autumn Water. Wasn't Autumn Water a little too strong? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and there was a hint of solemnity in the depths of his eyes. He could clearly see that Autumn Water's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. The Min River's twin monsters were 2 levels higher than him, yet they were injured within 5 or 6 moves. Autumn Water's ability to fight across 2 levels was now 2 levels higher. Generally speaking, those peerless geniuses, in the martial arts grandmaster realm, could fight across 2 levels, which was almost their limit. Geniuses like the Scorching Sun 6 heroes and those who were ranked at the bottom of the Cloud Emperor ranking could only fight against those who were 2 levels higher. However, the geniuses who were ranked at the bottom of the Cloud Emperor board had a much higher cultivation level than the other geniuses. As for the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking, they were stronger. Not only did they have a high cultivation base, but their ability to fight across levels was also stronger. For example, Lan Yundao and the others had the ability to fight across 2 levels, but not 3 levels. They were in the middle. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyun might be able to fight 3 levels above him. Li Qiushui, on the other hand, was 2 to 3 levels above him. Lu Ming speculated that her combat strength was not weaker than Lan Yundao and the other geniuses who were ranked 5th or 6th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. But Li Qiushui was only ranked 78th on the list of the top 100 in the Thousand River region. The top 100 list of the Thousand River waters had the same meaning as the Cloud Emperor list. It listed the top 100 geniuses of the Thousand River waters. He was ranked 78th and yet he was already so powerful. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the other region's strength. If you don't get lost, you'll die. The autumn water was extremely cold. The faces of the Min River duo were extremely ugly. In the end, they gritted their teeth and retreated to the 400-meter zone. Ha ha ha, Li Qiushui, eldest young Master Li, you are indeed powerful. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard, and a red-haired big man quickly ran towards the Heaven's Gate, his body exuding a powerful aura. They only stopped when they were 300 meters away. It's the red-haired water demon. Someone exclaimed. Autumn Water's eyes also darkened. She looked at the red-haired water demon and did not say anything. The red-haired water demon's cultivation had already reached the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9. He wasn't confident that he could defeat him. The red-haired water demon wasn't afraid of Li Autumn Water either. He stood 300 meters away and looked at the sky gate with fiery eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. I've succeeded. He had succeeded in inscribing a faint wisp of heavenly Tao aura. As long as he put his mind to it, he would be able to recall the faint heavenly Tao aura. Although it was very faint, it should be enough for the cultivation of the heavenly path palm. It's time to comprehend force. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile and he strode forward. Without stopping, 800 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters. Lu Ming kept walking towards the 300-meter zone. Bang! Finally, Lu Ming stepped into the 300-meter zone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Chapter 370 Wind Force, Large Success. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Then, there was a burst of intense discussion. Who is this person? He could actually walk to the 300-meter area. He actually dared to walk into the 300-meter area. Is he not afraid that Li Autumn Water will kill him? Could this person be a genius in the Thousand Rivers top 100? I don't know. I've never seen this person before. I've never seen him before in the top 100 ranking of the Emperor Sky Divine Guard's qualifying round. He shouldn't be a genius on the Thousand Rivers top 100 ranking. Many people were whispering and looking at Lu Ming curiously. Autumn Water's face darkened and she looked at Lu Ming coldly. Brat, this isn't a place you should stay. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Li Qiushui said coldly. Letting the red-haired water demon set foot in this area already made him very angry. Now, another person had actually come, and he was so young. Hee, every time you open your mouth, you ask people to get lost. I want to know what kind of expression you would have if an expert stronger than you came and asked you to get lost. Lu Ming pursed his lips and smiled faintly. There's no if. Right now, I'm the strongest here. This is a fact. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. You're the strongest. He really knows how to put gold on his face. Lu Ming revealed a faint sneer. So you have the confidence to fight me? I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out. A sword light as white as the Milky Way shot out from Autumn Water's hand. He was like a fairy from beyond the heavens, as fast as lightning. Lu Ming sneered. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand and he charged forward. If Lu Ming had not broken through to the 5th stage of the martial Grandmaster realm, he might not be a match for Li Qiushui, who could fight against Lan Yundao. But now, he wanted to test his own combat strength. Boom! The spear radiance and the sword chi collided with each other, causing a violent boom. The two of them were pushed back in unison. So you have some strength. Let's see how many strikes you can take. Boundless Autumn Water Sword. Chi chi chi. The sword chi that was like the Milky Way appeared one after another and slashed at Lu Ming. Wind fire kill. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and the power of wind and fire combined. Rays of spear light burst out and collided with the rays of sword chi. Dense explosive sounds rang out in the air. The crowd looked on in shock. They did not expect that Lu Ming could fight to a draw with Li Qiushui. He's not in the 1,000 River Top 100 list. Could he be a hidden genius who didn't participate in the Ditian Divine Guard's qualifiers? It shouldn't be possible. Which young genius wouldn't be tempted by the Ditian Divine Guard qualifiers? Let's not talk about the fact that one can cultivate in a branch palace of the Ditian Divine Palace after becoming a Ditian Divine Guard, which has endless benefits. It's said that there are also great opportunities in the selection competition. Who would miss it? That's true. Could he be a genius from another region? It's very possible. While the others were discussing, not far away, the red-haired water demon's expression was also extremely grave. Even with his cultivation of the early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9, he did not dare to be careless. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged dozens of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Take my last move, Autumn Water's River Sword. Li Qiushui roared. A terrifying aura spread out. A river appeared and circled around her. Lu Ming could clearly see that the river was formed by the convergence of sword aura. The endless sword aura had condensed into a river. Kill! Autumn Water shouted and the river rushed toward Lu Ming. This was Li Qiushui's most powerful attack. It was extremely powerful. There was once a martial artist in the early stage of the 9th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm who was seriously injured and almost killed by this move. So strong. If that kid doesn't have a trump card, he's finished. The red-haired water demon thought. The other spectators had similar thoughts. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would resolver this move. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of solemnness. His figure suddenly soared into the sky. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming's body emitted a strange fluctuation and he suddenly took a step forward. A faint dragon's roar could be heard. Boom! Lu Ming's step seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth. A terrifying wave spread out from under Lu Ming's feet. Boom! The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and Li Qiushui's river of sword energy clashed together. Heaven and earth shook violently, and a powerful chi swept out. However, for some reason, under the aura of the Heaven's Gate, it only spread out a few meters before disappearing. A force that could have crushed a mountain did not cause much of a stir under the Sky Gate. Hoo-hoo! The force dissipated and Autumn Water retreated a dozen steps while Lu Ming flew backward. They were evenly matched. The others looked at Lu Ming in shock. There was also a hint of respect in their eyes. Obviously, they had already regarded Lu Ming and Li Qiushui as geniuses of the same level. The geniuses from the 1,000 River region are indeed powerful. He's only ranked 78th. No wonder Jian Fengyun said that he was injured by the geniuses from the Thousand River region who were ranked 18th. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and was somewhat shocked. However, she didn't know that Autumn Water's heart was in turmoil and she was extremely shocked. Lu Ming was only in the early phase of the 5th level martial arts grandmaster realm, but he was able to fight to a draw with him. This was simply unbelievable. He was a genius who could fight a battle that was more than 2 levels higher than him. Did that mean that Lu Ming could fight a battle that was 4 levels higher than him? Li Autumn Water had never heard of anyone in the martial arts grandmaster realm being able to fight someone 4 levels above them. Even the monster who ranked first on the Thousand River Top 100 list might not be able to fight against someone who was 4 levels higher. Where did this genius come from? How can he be so terrifying? Autumn Water's mind raced as killing intent flickered in her eyes. However, he did not continue to attack. He stood at the side and looked at Lu Ming warily. Lu Ming did not make a move. He looked at the sky gate. At this moment, the aura in the sky gate was getting stronger and stronger. Some people had already sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend the aura. This aura contains the myriad Taos of heaven and earth. I'll try to comprehend the force of wind first. Lu Ming pondered, then sat cross-legged and began to comprehend wind force. Of course, he kept a part of his mind on his surroundings. If someone made a move on him, he could counterattack at any time. However, no one attacked him. Li Qiushui's eyes flickered, but she didn't attack. She also sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Brat, once my Shi breaks through to perfection, it will be the time of your death. Li Qiushui thought fiercely in her heart. Slowly, the scene became silent. Most of the people started to comprehend and cultivate. Not long after, someone was overjoyed. Clearly, they had gained something. Wind force. There was a faint breeze blowing around Lu Ming's body. It was light and unpredictable. Lu Ming successfully found the Tao of wind from the aura emitted by the Heaven's Gate. Instantly, his comprehension of the wind increased rapidly. Wisps of green wind swirled around his body, sometimes slow and sometimes fast. Half an hour later, the force of the wind around Lu Ming suddenly converged and disappeared. Lu Ming opened his eyes and there was a smile in his eyes. His wind force had successfully broken through to the phenomenal stage. It was barely at the same level as the fire force, and the two were in balance. Lu Ming was very much looking forward to the fusion of the two types of Shi and what kind of power would erupt. Heaven's Gate spurts treasures. Continue. Lu Ming immediately continued to comprehend wind force. He wanted to try his best to let the wind force catch up with the fire force. This way, the fusion of the two forces would be able to erupt with the strongest power. Under the Heaven's Gate, his comprehension of wind force could simply be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Half an hour later, his wind force had reached the middle stage of the Desheng realm from the early stage. After another half an hour, his wind force broke through to the late stage of the Desheng realm. He was only a step away from the limit of the Desheng realm. Boom! At this moment, a loud boom came from not far away. Lu Ming sensed a strong aura rippling from Li Qiushui's body. That was force, Li Autumn Water's force, which was several times stronger than before. The force of water was perfect. Ha ha ha! Autumn Water stood up and laughed. An extremely powerful force spread out from his body and filled the entire area, forming a powerful pressure. Those who were comprehending were all shocked and stopped cultivating. Autumn Water's force has broken through and reached perfection. It's too shocking. This time, his ranking in the Thousand River Top 100 list is going to advance by a large margin. Many people were discussing in shock. Force, from large success to great completion, was too difficult. Many heaven's favored sons were stuck at this step for a lifetime. Perfection represented perfection, and its power was much stronger than that of the upper tier. Kid, you didn't leave just now, but now you won't have the chance. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ming, her eyes flashing with cold killing intent. His sure had reached perfection, and his combat power had improved greatly. He was now confident that he could rank in the top 40 of the Thousand River top 100 list, or even higher. Killing Lu Ming would be a piece of cake. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile and he slowly got up. He wanted to test the power of the fusion of wind and fire. Their gazes met, and their powerful auras clashed, forming a powerful pressure. The red-haired water demon looked on with a serious expression. Buzz! At this moment, the heaven gate, which was hundreds of meters away, suddenly shook. Boom! 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 The entire mountain started to shake violently. The heaven's gate is about to spew out treasures. Someone shouted. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the heaven's gate with burning eyes. I'll let you off for now. Li Qiushui sneered. He retracted his aura and looked at the heaven gate. Let me go. A faint smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Buzz! At this moment, the heaven gate shook once again. The center of the heaven gate was misty like chaos, and one could not see what was inside. Suddenly, a few light figures flew out of the heaven gate. As soon as they left the heaven gate, they made a loud sound and flew into the distance. The speed was so fast that they covered the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. That is, a few broken soldiers. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he saw the real bodies of the light shadows clearly. A few lights and shadows were actually a few broken weapons. There were 4 in total. It was a battle sword, but the tip of the sword was broken. A saber was only half of its original size. There was also a long spear. Its tail had disappeared, and only the tip of the spear remained. The last one was half an iron rod. Buzz! Buzz! Autumn Water and the red-haired water demon pounced towards the remaining soldiers without hesitation. Autumn Water pounced towards the broken sword, while the red-haired water demon pounced towards the half-blade. Lu Ming did not stop and pounced toward the broken spear. Although the half-broken spear was fast, Lu Ming was faster. In an instant, he was close to the half-broken spear. Buzz! Just as Lu Ming stretched out his palm to grab the spear trembled and a blurry figure rushed out from the spear. An aura that was similar to the world's most powerful man burst out. The figure was extremely tall, like a broken shadow. It was impossible to see him clearly. One could barely see that he was holding a long spear in his hand. He stabbed the spear at Lu Ming with terrifying power. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He took a step forward and collided with the spear's shadow. Bang! There was a loud explosion and Lu Ming felt his feet go numb. He could not help but take 3 steps back. The figure also trembled and with a bang, it dispersed and disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Essential qi gushed out and wrapped around half of the long spear, holding it in his hand. The long spear was pitch black, and it could be seen that it was covered in sword and saber wounds. It had obviously experienced a tragic battle. At the same time, a primitive and ancient aura emanated from the spear. It was filled with the aura of time. This spear has been around for so many years, but it still contains a trace of its owner's undying fighting spirit. It's amazing. I wonder what kind of existence the owner of this spear is. Lu Ming sized up the long spear and sighed secretly. The broken spear had lost its spirituality after such a long time. However, the material of the spear was extraordinary. Lu Ming could not tell what material it was made of. He held it tightly but there was not a single mark on the spear. After all, it spurted out from the heaven's gate. I'll keep it for now. With a move of his hand, he kept the half-broken spear. In the other direction, the broken blade and broken sword also had all kinds of strange phenomena. However, they were all defeated by Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon and were successfully kept. The other half of the iron rod flew far away and was finally taken by a burly man under the siege of more than a dozen experts. Buzz! At this moment, the heaven's gate shook again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two light figures flew out. Lu Ming took a look and was shocked. This time, it was actually two dried branches. Two pitch-black dead branches. Buzz! 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 Without the slightest hesitation, the red-haired water demon, Lu Ming, and Li Qiushui pounced towards the two withered branches like lightning. Get lost! Li Qiushui was closer to the red-haired water demon. With a loud shout, a bright sword light as white as the Milky Way cut through the air and slashed at the red-haired water demon. The power of his perfect sure was extremely terrifying. The red-haired water demon shouted in anger. He did not dare to take it head-on and quickly retreated. Autumn Water reached out and grabbed the branch. On the other side, the red-haired water demon retreated and missed the time. Lu Ming also grabbed another withered branch in his hand. This dried branch was pitch black, as if it had been burnt. It did not have the slightest vitality, as if it was a real dried branch. However, considering the wonders of the Heaven's Gate, Lu Ming kept it. Brat, hand over that withered branch. Quick, give it to me. Autumn Water's eyes were cold. She looked at Lu Ming and chided him in a commanding tone. Why don't you take a fucking piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Who the hell are you? You're just a piece of trash, yet you want me to hand over the branch? Dream on. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Autumn Water and said coldly. Li Qiushui's face turned green. Her eyes were extremely cold and murderous. Kid, don't think that just because you were able to fight me to a draw, I can't do anything to you. Now, I'll let you know the power of perfect force. Boom! A powerful aura exploded from Li Autumn Water's body. Boom! At this moment, the heaven gate shook again, and another thing spurted out of the stone gate. This time, it was a stone egg the size of a human head. A stone egg that weighs 1,000,000 pounds. Who? The stone egg flew into the distance. It's mine. Autumn Water shouted and pounced towards the stone egg in a flash. Yours? You must be dreaming. Lu Ming sneered and pounced on the stone egg as well. At the same time, the red-haired water demon's expression changed, and it also pounced towards the stone egg. You're looking for death. Li Qiushui shouted in anger and her sword light slashed at Lu Ming and the red-haired water demon. Boom! Boom! With two loud bangs, the red-haired water demon retreated, but Lu Ming did not move an inch. You fuck! Autumn Water's expression changed. This is the power of perfect force. It's nothing more than this. Get lost! Lu Ming sneered. Then, he shouted and shook his long spear. The power of wind and fire, which had been fully mastered, merged and was drawn towards Li Autumn Water. Sword of vast Autumn Water. Autumn Water's sword slashed out, and her complete water force exploded. Clang! The long spear and the battle sword collided. In an instant, Autumn Water's expression changed. Lu Ming's attack was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Autumn Water's perfected water force was being pushed back. How did this happen? Li Qiushui let out a roar of disbelief. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. His force had clearly broken through to perfection, and its power had increased by several times. On the other hand, Lu Ming's force was clearly still at the phenomenal success stage. How could it be stronger than his? This was too unbelievable. Li Autumn Water found it hard to accept. Bang! Autumn Water's figure was sent flying. She retreated dozens of meters and her face turned pale. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone egg. Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly and his expression changed. Heavy, this stone egg was unbelievably heavy. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and the strength of his physical body, he could even lift something that weighed 1,000,000 pounds with one hand. However, this stone egg was able to make Lu Ming's hand tremble. Its weight was definitely not less than 1,000,000 pounds. A stone egg the size of a human head actually weighed 1,000,000 jin. This was simply unbelievable. The stone egg wasn't round, but oval, very similar to an ordinary animal egg. Wait, that's a leviathan. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze froze. He could feel a trace of life force in the stone egg. Although it was extremely weak, almost negligible, it was still a trace of life force. Could this really be an egg of a living creature? And it's still alive? Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He was extremely shocked. A living creature's egg that weighed 1,000,000 pounds, what kind of creature's egg was this? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Ah! Die! Die! Autumn Water's river soared. At this moment, Li Qiushui bellowed. A river of sword chi rushed towards Lu Ming. This was Autumn Water's killer move, and its power was much stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He moved his hand and was about to put the stone egg into his storage ring. However, the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He could not put it in. This stone egg could not be stored in the storage ring. Lu Ming did not have time to think. He held the stone egg in his hand and took a step forward. 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. The 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps was a fusion of wind and fire. This was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Bang! As if he was crushing dry weeds and rotten wood, Lu Ming crushed Li Qiushui's river of sword aura with one step. The huge force did not stop and bombarded Li Qiushui. Kacha kacha. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Li Qiushui screamed and spat out blood. Her body was like a cannonball, flying a few thousand meters. Brat, don't let me run into you in the Detian Divine Guard selection, or I'll make sure you die a miserable death. A furious roar filled with killing intent came from the distance, getting further and further away. Autumn Water took this opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's eyes flashed but he did not pursue. Li Autumn Water's combat strength was not much weaker than his. Although she was injured, it was not fatal. She was running for her life. It would not be easy for Lu Ming to catch up to her. The others were dumbfounded. They tried to guess which region Lu Ming was from that he was so powerful. Autumn Water's force had reached perfection. She would definitely be in the top 40 of the Thousand River region's top 100 list. With such combat strength, she was actually kicked by Lu Ming to the point where she vomited blood and fled for her life. Especially some of the elders, they were sighing. It was really a new generation replacing the old. Buzz! At this moment, the Heaven's Gate continued to tremble. However, to Lu Ming's disappointment, there was nothing more that spurted out. After a long while, nothing else came out. Many people were also greatly disappointed. Most of the people who had come this time had gained nothing other than the aura of the Sky Gate to comprehend sure. They looked at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming had undoubtedly gained the most. He had obtained a total of 3 items. Half an hour later, the mountain peak started to shake violently. The Heaven's Gate is going to disappear. Someone shouted. Everyone flew away from the mountain peak and stood in the void. Boom! 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 The mountain peak trembled, and a huge whirlpool formed under the river. The mountain peak was slowly disappearing. After a while, the mountain and the Heaven Gate disappeared completely in the whirlpool. The river returned to its calm state. As for the water tribe members in the river, they all dove into the water and disappeared. Let's go. Seeing the Heaven Gate disappear, many people left the place. Very soon, Lu Ming was the only one left. This stone egg can't be stored in the storage ring. Looking at the stone egg in his hand, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Can the supreme shrine be taken in? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could not take in any living beings in the supreme shrine, except himself. This stone egg also had an aura of life, and he didn't know if he could store it. With a thought, the stone egg disappeared. It can be taken in. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If the supreme shrine could not be kept, Lu Ming would be speechless. He could not possibly carry a stone egg that weighed 1,000,000 kilograms around all day, right? Let's find a place and study it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he disappeared. An hour later, in a quiet place 10,000 miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and took out the broken long spear first. After studying it carefully, he realized that apart from being extremely hard, there was no other reaction. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. He kept the broken spear and took out the branch. The withered branch was as black as ink, as if it had been burned. There was no sign of life. However, they had one thing in common with the long spear. They were extremely hard. No matter what Lu Ming did, he could not leave a trace on the withered branch. It was just a withered branch, but it was so extraordinary. Lu Ming was shocked. He kept it carefully. It might be useful in the future. Finally, he took out the stone egg. He sensed it carefully, and there was indeed a weak life aura. It was very faint, and if one didn't hold it in their hands and sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice it. What was inside? Was it really an egg? Or was there a living being sealed inside? Lu Ming guessed and his imagination ran wild. Let's try injecting true qi. After that, Lu Ming injected essential qi into the stone egg, but it had no effect. Then, he took out spiritual herbs and spiritual crystals, refined the essence inside, and injected them into the stone egg. There was still no change. The stone egg was still half dead. Chapter 373 Myriad Star City. Lu Ming was speechless and could only give up. It's better to comprehend the Heaven's Path palm. Lu Ming remembered the aura of the Heaven's Gate in his mind. He wanted to verify it with the Heavenly Tao palm and comprehend the Heavenly Tao palm. This cultivation was indeed very effective. Lu Ming's understanding of the Heavenly Tao palm had greatly deepened. Although it was impossible to cultivate it successfully in a short time, as long as he persevered, he believed that it would not be long before he succeeded. A few hours later, Lu Ming continued to move. He rushed to the Myriad Star City according to the map. A few days later, Lu Ming left the Thousand River Water area and came to another area. This area was called the Eight Desolate Swamp Area. As its name suggested, the Eight Desolate Swamp Area was full of swamps of various sizes. The small ones were as small as ponds, while the large ones were tens of thousands of miles in size, and some even covered hundreds of thousands of miles. All kinds of creatures were born in the swamp, most of which were poisonous. At the same time, there were martial artists who had established their own countries in the Eight Desolate Swamp. Most of them practiced poison techniques, and their overall strength was even stronger than that of the Thousand River region. Lu Ming flew in the air, secretly sighing at the wonders of nature. In this way, Lu Ming would stop to cultivate when he was tired or when he felt something. Sometimes he comprehended the Heavenly Way palm, sometimes he comprehended the power of wind and fire, and sometimes he comprehended the second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Therefore, his speed was not very fast. The journey that should have taken a month took him more than 2 months, almost 3 months. When he arrived at the Myriad Stars City, there were still 5 days before the Dityan Divine Guard selection. Along the way, his understanding of the Heaven Path palm deepened day by day. He was not far from successfully cultivating it. In addition, his wind force had also broken through and reached the limit of large success, on the same level as his fire force. However, it was still very difficult to break through to perfection. The one with the slowest progress was the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and he still hadn't successfully cultivated the second step. This is the Myriad Stars City. When Lu Ming stood at the foot of a huge mountain and looked up at the sky, he was extremely shocked. What appeared in front of him was a huge mountain that covered at least a few hundred miles. This mountain peak was different from ordinary mountains. The bottom of an ordinary mountain was the widest. The higher one went, the narrower the peak would be. However, this mountain peak was like a stone stick. The foot, waist, and peak of the mountain were all equally wide. It rose straight into the sky, reaching up to 10,000 meters high, and disappeared into the clouds. The Myriad Stars City was built on this mountain peak. However, this was not what shocked Lu Ming. What shocked him was the area of the Myriad Stars City. The area of the Myriad Stars City was more than 10 times larger than the area of this mountain. This mountain peak was only a small part of the middle of the Myriad Stars City. Most of the area of the Myriad Stars City was suspended in the air, and it was thousands of miles wide. The mountain peak and the Myriad Stars City were like an umbrella, with the mountain peak as the pole and the Myriad Stars City as the umbrella. The city of 10,000 stars, thousands of miles in both length and width, covered the sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He noticed that there were suspension bridges on the steep mountain peak for people below the martial arts grandmaster level. A martial ancestor could directly fly in. Lu Ming rose into the air and flew toward the Myriad Star City. The closer they got to the city, the more they felt how majestic it was. All around them, there were pitch-black city walls that were thousands of meters tall, and they were densely engraved with inscriptions. There weren't many soldiers on the city wall, but there was a terrifying aura. It was just a wall, but Lu Ming could sense hundreds of powerful auras. Each of these auras was not weaker than the overlords of the Burning Sun Empire, such as Yan Quan and Lin Shui. Half-Step King. These auras were all Half-Step King warriors. There were also a few auras that were as deep as the ocean, and they were many times stronger than Half-Step Kings. Lu Ming could feel the terrifying pressure and he had difficulty breathing. King's Aura. These are definitely peerless martial king realm experts. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. At the same time, they were also amazed. The Myriad Star City was indeed worthy of being the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. It was simply too powerful. It was said that the entire Myriad Star City was built by the peerless experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was just a city wall, which was nothing compared to the entire Myriad Stars City, but it was already so terrifying. This is the stage for the strong. The Burning Sun Empire is too small. Lu Ming took a deep breath. His eyes were shining and full of fighting spirit. Then, he flew toward a gate of the Myriad Star City. There was no one guarding the gate, only an inscription platform. If one wanted to enter the Myriad Star City, they had to pass through the platform. If someone from the enemy forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace entered, the platform would be able to sense it. At the main entrance, people came and went, and it was very lively. Of course, only martial arts grandmasters were able to enter and exit this place. He walked through the gate and arrived at the wide street. The street was 100 meters wide, and there were all kinds of rare beasts and martial arts powerhouses on it. Most of them were young people. Some of them were middle-aged, and some of them were elderly. As the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards neared, geniuses and experts from various regions in the eastern region of the Tianxian region had gathered here. Naturally, the number of people had increased. Experts, they were all experts. Lu Ming casually sensed and realized that the pedestrians on the street were experts. Many middle-aged and old people were at least at the 8th or 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. There were even quite a few who were half-step kings. Half-step kings were unrivaled overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire. In mid-tier empires, half-step king warriors were also overlords, but they were no longer the strongest. Mid-tier empires had king warriors. And in a high-tier empire, half-step king warriors were nothing. They could only be considered as peak experts. As for a place like the 10,000-star city, half-step kings could only be regarded as ordinary experts. Kings were the true experts. As for the young men and women on the street, they were all dragons and phoenixes among men. When they looked around, they were in high spirits and full of confidence. Each of them had a powerful aura, and even the weakest of them was stronger than Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. These were all geniuses from all over the eastern region of the Tianxian region. Those who could make it here were all geniuses who had passed the preliminaries, and none of them were weak. Lu Ming looked left and right, sizing up his surroundings. After that, he found a shop and asked the shopkeeper where the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was. He didn't expect the shopkeeper to think for a long time before he remembered the location of the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The reason was that the Cloud Emperor mountain range was too small, so he did not have a deep impression of it. Lu Ming followed the shopkeeper's instructions and spent more than an hour before he found the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Every region would have a courtyard in the Myriad Star City. The elder in charge of that region would be in charge of the courtyard, making it easier for the geniuses of that region to gather. The courtyard was quite large, enough for thousands of people to live in. Lu Ming walked into the courtyard and registered himself. Someone brought him to his room. After the rooms were allocated, Lu Ming strolled around the courtyard. Detian Divine Guard Selection, begin. In the courtyard, Lu Ming realized that some of the geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range had already arrived. For example, Su Yingying, Wang Kai, and others. Lu Ming also saw Yang Liuji, Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao, and the others. When they saw Lu Ming, they did not hide the killing intent in their eyes. Lu Ming smiled coldly. If he had the chance, he would not mind getting rid of these people. However, Jian Fengyun, young master Tian Shi, Zhou Changkong, and the others were nowhere to be seen, so they probably hadn't arrived yet. After making a round, Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to cultivate. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Myriad Star City, there was a holy land for cultivation called the 100 Deities Slope. At this moment, Zhou Changkong walked out of the 100 Deities Slope, his hair dancing in the wind. His aura was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Zhou Changkong's voice was cold and sinister as killing intent flickered in his eyes. Also, Jian Fengyun of the Emperor Yun's board should give up his first place this time. Zhou Changkong had cultivated on the 100 Deities Slope for several months, and his cultivation had improved greatly. Even his force had broken through to the peak stage. This made him very confident. Buzz! An old man suddenly appeared beside Zhou Changkong. Master! Zhou Changkong immediately bowed respectfully. Changkong, although your cultivation is not bad, you're still not considered first class among the geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. There are still many variables in your path after successfully joining the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The old man said. There are so many geniuses in the eastern region of the Tianxian region? Zhou Changkong asked in disbelief. With his current cultivation and combat strength, how could he not be ranked among the top? The eastern region of the Tianxian region is extremely vast. Moreover, your generation is at its golden age. Geniuses are popping up like mushrooms after the rain. It's going to be difficult to stand out from them. The old man sighed and then said, but don't be discouraged. Your talent can be considered as the top in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. Some people are stronger than you in combat strength, but they have more resources than you since young and have a higher cultivation base. You are not weaker than them in a battle of the same level. As long as your cultivation base is higher, you may be able to compete with them. The examination venue for this time's selection should be the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. I know of a secret place in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. There are great opportunities inside. After you enter, if you can obtain that opportunity, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. It's not impossible for you to completely enter the ranks of the top geniuses of the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Then, a jade talisman appeared in the old man's hand. He handed it to Qiu Changkong and said, "The information about that secret place is in this jade talisman. Take a look." Changkong, "Thanks, master." Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. He took the jade talisman and knelt on the ground respectfully, kowtowing to the old man in gratitude. "Go. Show off your brilliance in the Ditian Divine Guard's selection this time," the old man said with a smile. "Yes." Qiu Changkong expressed his gratitude. After that, his figure flickered and he headed towards the myriad star city. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. The Cloud Emperor courtyard was getting more and more lively. Almost all the geniuses who had passed the preliminaries had arrived. Jian Fengyun, young master Tian Shi, Qiu Changkong, and the others were all revealed. However, Xian Yanqing had not arrived yet. This made Lu Ming a little worried. Previously, Xian Yanqing had said that he would find a place to cultivate in seclusion and would rush to the myriad star city. There were still 2 days before the selection began, but Xian Yanqing had not arrived yet. Could he have been delayed by something? Although he was a little worried, he had no choice but to wait. On this day, the elder leader of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, Lu Xiu, gathered them together and announced some things about the selection. The selection was held in an ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield was called the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield. It could be considered a plain and was a secret ground controlled by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was full of danger, but also full of opportunities. There were 3 months of free time inside. These 3 months would test one's comprehensive ability. This included intelligence, courage, combat power, and opportunities. Opportunity was also luck, and luck was one of the most important factors for a martial artist. 3 months later, they would exit from the final exit. There were many checkpoints at the exit, and from there, they would be able to select the reserve and official Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The selection of the Ditian Divine Guards was held once every 5 years, and the location of each selection was different. However, they were all filled with opportunities and dangers. According to Lu Xiu, the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld had not been used for the selection of Empyrean God Guards for 100 years. He had no idea what would happen inside. After the announcement, Lu Xiu allowed them to move around freely and gathered them 2 days later. In the following time, they went to various bookstores in the Myriad Star City to search for books that recorded the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld so that they could understand more information about it. The more he understood, the more confident he would be. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, there was still no trace of Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming was a little anxious and worried. Something must have happened to Xian Yanqing. Otherwise, he would not have missed the Ditian Divine Guard selection. However, Lu Ming did not know where Xian Yanqing had gone. Otherwise, he could look for her. Let's not care about it for now. Xian Yanqing is someone who doesn't want to suffer losses. Nothing bad might happen to him. I'll finish the Ditian Divine Guard assessment first. Lu Ming pondered. Today, all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range gathered in one of the courtyards of the Cloud Emperor courtyard. Out of the 97 people, Xian Yanqing was the only one missing. The rest had all arrived. Lu Xiu's eyes swept across the room, but he didn't say anything. It was normal for there to be fewer people. Alright, I'm sure all of you are clear about the rules of the selection. However, I'll repeat it again. The 3 months in the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield are especially important. The Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield is an ancient land in the ancient times. It is vast and full of dangers, but it is also full of opportunities. Some people can rise to the top in one go in these 3 months, while some will become stepping stones for others and be killed. According to my experience, it's best for all of you to work together after entering the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield. This is the safest way. Take these 10,000-mile sound transmission talismans and take one each. You can contact each other in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield. Lu Xiu took out a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman and distributed it to them. Many thanks, Elder Lu. Everyone thanked Lu Xiu. There's no need to thank me. I only hope that more of you will join the Ditian Divine Guards. The better your results are, the more rewards I'll receive. Lu Xiu was very direct and spoke his purpose. This increased everyone's impression of Lu Xiu. Alright, now follow me. The entrance to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld is 100,000 miles north of the Myriad Star City. After Lu Xiu finished speaking, he rose into the air. The group followed him and left through the northern gate, heading north. At this moment, the same situation was happening all over the Myriad Star City. Groups of geniuses soared into the sky and headed north. Some of them had about 100 people, some had dozens, and some had thousands. The dense crowd headed north in a grand and magnificent manner. The provocation of the 1,000 rivers. The journey of 100,000 li only took a few hours for everyone. The eastern dark rock peak was their destination. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, what they saw was a boundless stone forest. This area was made up of countless stone peaks, each of which was more than 100 meters tall. The entrance to the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield is among these stone peaks. The entrance to the battlefield has yet to open. Lu Xiu explained. Everyone stopped a short distance away from Shifeng, watching from a distance. At this moment, Shifeng was surrounded by a dense crowd of people. Ha ha ha, Lu Xiu, you're early. How many pieces of trash did you bring this time? At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. After that dash. Buzz. Buzz. A series of air-rending sounds came over, and a large group of figures flew over here. The number of people was unusually large. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and realized that there were at least 600 to 700 people. The leader of the group was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. The group of people stopped not far from Lu Ming and the rest. The skinny middle-aged man looked at Lu Xiu with a mocking expression. Zhao Sui, is that you? He asked. Lu Xiu's face darkened when he saw the skinny man. Huh, why? Lu Xiu, you don't welcome me. That's true. Every time the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards is held, the trash of the Cloud Emperor mountain range that you led has always ended in a crushing defeat. No one from the Cloud Emperor mountain range has joined the Emperor Sky Divine Guards for 2 consecutive years. Compared to our 1,000 river waters, it's really a tragic sight. The skinny man, Zhao Sui, laughed mockingly. Lu Xiu's face turned even gloomier. However, Zhao Sui obviously didn't want to stop here. He glanced at the people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range and said, I didn't expect that there are so many people from the Yundi mountain range who passed the preliminaries this time. Let me see how many there are. TSK, there are still 97 people. Compared with the 689 people from our 1,000 river region, there are only 500 or 600 people left. Not many, not many. Also, Lu Xiu, you're too cruel. These 97 people should be all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Be careful that they don't all die in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield. If that happens, the Cloud Emperor mountain range, a place where even birds don't want to shit, will suffer even more. Zhao Sui's triangular eyes swept across the people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, full of ridicule. Zhao Sui, you. Lu Xiu's expression was extremely ugly. The other people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range also had ugly expressions. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash wants to pass the Ditian Divine Guard selection? They really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. They're indulging in wild fantasies. In the 1,000 river region, some of the young men also laughed mockingly. The young men from the 1,000 river region looked at the Cloud Emperor mountain range with contempt. Detestable. Young Master Tian Shi, Lan Yundao, and the others were all proud and arrogant. How could they bear such contempt? They gritted their teeth. Kid, it's you. Ha, I've finally found you. All of a sudden, a furious roar was heard from the waters of the 1,000 rivers. A young man flew out and stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Autumn water. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This young man was Li Qiushui. It seemed that she had already discovered him. Li Qiushui, what are you doing? Last time you ran away so quickly, are you thanking me for not killing you this time? Lu Ming said with a smile. Brat, you should die. Let's see who can save you this time. Autumn water roared. Oh, then you can try. Lu Ming gave him a sidelong glance. Junior brother, is the kid you mentioned the trash from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? At this moment, a blue-robed young man walked out from behind Li Qiushui and said indifferently. Senior disciple Jiang, that's right. It's this man. Not only did he use despicable means to rob the treasure I got from the Heaven's Gate, but he also ambushed me and injured me. Li Autumn Water shouted. Despicable methods. To plot against him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming simply wanted to laugh. This Li Autumn Water was too shameless. Lu Ming had clearly defeated him head-on, but in his words, it was an ambush. You are indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You only know how to plot. Kid, I'll give you 3 breaths to hand over the treasure you got from junior brother Li Qiushui in the Gate of Heaven. Then, kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your dog life. Senior brother Jiang looked at Lu Ming coldly and spoke in a charitable tone. AI. When is the Eastern Nether battlefield going to open? I'm not in a good mood anymore after being surrounded by a few dogs barking. Lu Ming ignored senior brother Jiang and scanned the stone peaks. Senior martial brother Jiang's face turned livid. Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. He was simply courting death. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from senior brother Jiang's body. A complete force was formed. Combined with his powerful cultivation, it formed a powerful pressure that spread across the entire area. Aside from Jian Fengyun and Lu Xiu, everyone else in the Cloud King mountain range was shocked. This senior brother Jiang's strength was extremely terrifying. He gave off the feeling that he was definitely not weaker than young Master Tian Shi, who was ranked 2nd on the Cloud Emperor list. Lu Ming's expression turned grave as he stared at senior brother Jiang. Brat, die. You won't even have the chance to beg for mercy now. Senior martial brother Jiang's face was extremely gloomy. So much nonsense, if you want to fight, then fight. Lu Ming said coldly. He was fearless. With his current combat strength, even if he couldn't defeat senior brother Jiang wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Buzz! At this moment, the sound of a sword was heard. A figure suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and senior brother Jiang. It was Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun. Seeing Jian Fengyun, senior brother Jiang's expression turned serious. Jian Fengyun had once adventured in the waters of the 1,000 rivers, and senior brother Jiang had seen him before. There was only one person in the Cloud King mountain range that he was afraid of, Jian Fengyun. He didn't care about the others at all. Jiang Chun, today is the day of the Ditian Divine Guard selection. If you want to fight here, aren't you afraid that you'll cause the unhappiness of the major characters in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Jian Fengyun looked at senior brother Jiang and said coldly. Ha, Jian Fengyun, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, this time, it won't be like the last time, where I only left a scar on your face. Instead, I'll take your life. At this time, a loud laugh came from the waters of the 1,000 rivers. A young man with a jade-like appearance walked out. Jian Fengyun's expression turned grim when he saw the young man. He was injured by this person when he was wandering in the 1,000 river region. This person was the 18th ranked genius of the Thousand River region. Jian Fengyun had fought with him for hundreds of moves before he was defeated in one move. The past was the past. Now, I will definitely win. Jian Fengyun's eyes were like two divine swords. He was filled with confidence. Certain victory. What a joke. The handsome young man sneered with disdain. It looked like a great battle was about to break out. Zhao Sui watched coldly from the side, waiting to watch a good show. Lu Xiu's face was extremely gloomy. The geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range would be like eggs hitting a stone if they fought with the geniuses of the Thousand River region. They would end badly. He wanted to stop Zhao Sui, but he knew that Zhao Sui would not let him. The ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a few terrifying auras filled the air, as deep as the ocean. Everyone was shocked. They looked up and saw 4 figures above the countless stone peaks. These 4 figures stood in 4 different directions. Each figure was shining with a bright light, gold, red, or blue. It was impossible to see his real body clearly, but his aura was simply too shocking. A king, it's a king. The king has appeared. The entrance to the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield is about to open. Someone shouted. The tense atmosphere between Lu Ming and the rest and the geniuses of the Thousand River region also eased. Buzz! Buzz! The 4 king tiers made their moves. One after another, dazzling beams of light shot out from their hands, entering the many stone peaks. At this moment, countless stone peaks glowed, and countless runes flickered. Kid, you'd better hand over those treasures. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you now, you'll definitely die when you enter the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Autumn Water looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Lu Ming pursed his lips and ignored him. Autumn Water's face turned red. Junior brother Li, why are you talking so much to him? Once you enter the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield, just kill him directly. Not only do you have to kill him, but you also have to kill everyone from the Cloud Emperor mountain range that you see until they give in. Jiang Chun sneered. That's right. It's just what I want. It's time to let these barbarian-like things know our power. The handsome young man also sneered. Hearing this, all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range changed their expressions. There were so many people in the Thousand River region and countless geniuses. If they really attacked them, their trip to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld would be in danger. Damn it! It's all Lu Ming's fault. Yang Liuji growled in his heart. His combat power was not strong, and if he encountered an expert from the Thousand River waters, he would probably be in trouble. You guys go ahead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, let's wait and see in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Zhao Sui sneered and flew to the side. The geniuses of the Thousand River region looked at them with hostility, then followed Zhao Sui and flew to the side. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the light from the countless stone peaks became even more resplendent. Countless runes appeared and gathered in the sky, gradually forming a large array. Open! The 4 kings roared in unison. Suddenly, the array condensed and a black vortex appeared in the sky. This vortex was extremely huge, covering the endless stone peaks. Is this the entrance to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld? This is too big. Countless people were dumbfounded. Alright, the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield is open. You can enter now. A majestic voice came from one of the kings. Let's go in. Let's go. Immediately, the dense crowd flew toward the vortex. Remember, try your best to enter together. That way, when you arrive at the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld, it is more likely that you will be teleported to a similar distance. Lu Xiu ordered. Everyone nodded, and the group of 98 people rushed toward the vortex. As soon as they rushed into the vortex, they felt that the world was spinning. Lu Ming and the rest had disappeared without a trace. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming began to feel dizzy. The next moment, he heard earth-shattering shouts. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and his pupils contracted sharply. He was shocked. In front of him, in the sky, there were countless figures crisscrossing each other, and the smell of blood permeated the air. There was a fierce battle going on here. Boom! There was a giant hand that covered the sky, a sword chi that cut across the universe, a spear radiance that pierced through the heaven and earth, and a flame that burned everything. Strong, he was too strong. Countless unimaginable experts were fighting. The entire world was torn apart. One by one, the powerful experts were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground like dumplings. What's going on? Where is this place? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a ray of sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword gleam seemed to have come from the depths of the universe. The space was torn apart and it was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's strength was as insignificant as dust in front of this sword gleam. Ah! Lu Ming let out a long howl. He was not willing to be killed just like that. He wanted to resist with all his might. Boom! He felt his vision go black, and the next moment, he opened his eyes. The gentle breeze and the fragrance of flowers assailed his nose. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a grassland that was full of wildflowers. The terrifying battlefield had disappeared without a trace. Was everything just an illusion? This place is called the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Perhaps it's just a reflection of the real scene from back then. Lu Ming made a guess. Perhaps everyone who had just entered would have seen that scene. It was formed by an immortal fighting spirit that flowed between heaven and earth. Even time would not be able to decay it. This ancient battlefield is probably not simple. According to the records, the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld is just a corner of another ancient battlefield. It's separated from the original world and has been refined by the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, his expression changed, and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand. There was a piece of news that came from Jian Fengyun. He had gathered everyone in the Cloud King mountain range. It's in the north. Since it can be received through the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, it means that it's within 10,000 miles. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He intended to act alone, but since it wasn't far, there was no harm in taking a look. He rose into the air and headed north. The distance of less than 10,000 miles was covered in a moment. There were already dozens of people gathered by a small lake. All of them were geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. It was Lan Yundao, Yan Feishuan, Yang Liuji, and a few others. Lu Ming, you actually dare to gather here. You're really looking for death. It's not easy to kill you outside, but I don't have such concerns in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. Lan Yun said. The voices of Yan Feishuan and the others were extremely cold. You want to kill me with just you trash? What a joke. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he smiled faintly. Lu Ming, don't think that just because you scored higher than me in the preliminaries, you are more powerful than me. Now, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Divine Sun Fist. Yan Feishuan let out a long howl. His fist glowed as he threw a punch. A dazzling sun appeared and shot towards Lu Ming. The power was several times stronger than Yang Liuji's fist of the Great Sun. Boom! Lu Ming was very direct. He swept his long spear and fused the power of wind and fire. Yan Feishuan's sun fist force was like a small flame that was extinguished. The spear radiance didn't stop and continued to bombard Yan Feishuan's body. Yan Feishuan screamed and flew out like a cannonball for 1,000 meters. He coughed up blood and his face was pale. His eyes were full of horror. You still dare to say you're amazing? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Conflict, departure. The whole place was dead silent. Most of the people looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming was too powerful. In the preliminary round, although Lu Ming's points were higher than Yan Feishuan's, it was not much higher. Their combat strength should be on the same level. Now, Lu Ming had beaten Yan Feishuan to the point where he coughed up blood with one move. How could they be on the same level? Lan Yundao's expression froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Even he could not injure Yan Feishuan with a single move. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength was already above his? How was that possible? On the side, Yang Liuji's face was pale and his eyes were wide open. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Lu Ming's combat strength was too scary. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You've injured your own people and reduced the strength of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. What are you trying to do? Lan Yundao's eyes rolled and he suddenly shouted. That's right, Lu Ming. You've offended the people of the Thousand River Waters and you're making us take the blame. I suggest that we let Lu Ming leave the team. The people of the Thousand River Waters want Lu Ming, not us. As long as Lu Ming is not around, the people of the Thousand River Waters will not make things difficult for us. Yang Liuji, who was hiding behind Lan Yundao, also shouted. If he could not defeat Lu Ming, he would use his power to suppress Lu Ming and make him leave the team. That's right, Lu Ming. If you're in the team, all of us will be harmed by you. Lan Yundao also shouted. The rest of the people also looked at Lu Ming with unfriendly gazes. They felt that Lan Yundao and Yang Liuji's words made sense. Hee, if you want me to leave, I'll leave without you telling me. But before I leave, I'll kill you all first. Lu Ming sneered. Buzz. Lu Ming thrust his spear at Lan Yundao. The spear's radiance burst out. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Lan Yundao. A jet-black sword light slashed out and clashed with Lu Ming's spear radiance. Boom! The force shot out in all directions. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took 3 steps back. Young Master Tian Shi. The one who suddenly attacked was young Master Tian Shi. Young Master Tian Shi's face darkened. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've gone too far. You've done something wrong and implicated others. Now, you want to kill someone. Do you really think you're invincible? Oh. It seems like you want to meddle in other people's business. Lu Ming sneered. What do you mean by being a busybody? Brother Lan is my best friend. Furthermore, what he said is right. You should get out of the team to avoid harming others. Young Master Tian Shi said in a gloomy voice. Insect, let's see if you can stop me. Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful aura. What did you just say? You're looking for death. Young Master Tian Shi burst out with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a reptile. Damn it. Young Master Tian Shi's body exuded a terrifying aura, which was much stronger than Lan Yundao and the others. Young Master Tian Shi, ranked 2nd on the Cloud Emperor ranking list, was able to compete with Jian Fengyun. Lan Yundao was definitely no match for him. Their combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming was probably not their match now. However, Lu Ming was fearless. Even if he was no match, it was impossible for young Master Tian Shi to kill him. Everyone, this Lu Ming is a scourge. Keeping him alive will only get us killed. Why don't we attack together and kill him? At this moment, Lan Yundao called out to the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The others' eyes flickered. That's right, I agree with what Brother Lan said. Someone stood out and looked at Lu Ming with killing intent. I also agree. More than a dozen people stepped forward in succession. Together with young Master Tian Shi and Lan Yundao, they formed a powerful force and pressed toward Lu Ming. Among them were geniuses like Ji Rufeng, who was ranked 7th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. However, there were also some people who stood still. Ha, Lu Ming, you've become public enemy. Surrender. Lan Yundao sneered. You think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered, not afraid at all. Everyone. At this moment, Jian Fengyun walked out and frowned. The incident at the Thousand River region has nothing to do with Lu Ming. The Thousand River region has always looked down on us. Even without Lu Ming, I'm afraid they won't show us any mercy. What's wrong? Jian Fengyun, are you going to protect Lu Ming? Young Master Tian Shi said. I'm not trying to protect anyone, I'm just telling the truth. Jian Fengyun's brows furrowed even more. Jian Fengyun, if you want to protect Lu Ming, then we can't work together anymore. Let's leave. Young Master Tian Shi said coldly. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered. He glanced at young Master Tian Shi, Lan Yundao, and the others. His killing intent flickered as he said, didn't you want me to leave? I'll leave, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Today, Lu Ming had originally wanted to kill Lan Yundao, Yang Liuji, and the others in one fell swoop to get rid of future trouble. But with young Master Tian Shi's interference, it would be difficult to handle. Moreover, Lu Ming predicted that Jian Fengyun would definitely intervene if a huge battle were to break out. Jian Fengyun wouldn't side with any of them, but it would be impossible to kill Lan Yundao and the others with his interference. In that case, it was better to leave first and improve his cultivation and combat strength. Next time, he would kill Lan Yundao and young Master Tian Shi. And Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, but he did not see Qiu Changkong. It seemed that Qiu Changkong hadn't teleported to the nearby area. Next time. You're the one who's going to die. Young Master Tian Shi sneered. He had the intention to kill Lu Ming, but he knew that it was impossible with Jian Fengyun's interference. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. He moved and left the place quickly. Young Master Tian Shi, Lan Yundao, and the rest sneered as they watched Lu Ming leave. It's extremely dangerous at night in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to survive on your own. There's still a next time. In your dreams. Lan Yundao was laughing in his heart. Buzz. Lu Ming soared into the sky. A moment later, he was already 10,000 miles away. I must find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to achieve anything in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield where geniuses are as common as clouds. Lu Ming pondered. This area was full of vitality, unlike the desolate and silent battlefield that he had imagined. It seemed that after a long time, this land had already recovered its vitality. From time to time, he could see groups of demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were not of high levels and Lu Ming had no interest in hunting them. Also, it's best to find an ancient city before dark. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous. Lu Ming frowned. 2 days ago, he had also studied the ancient records regarding the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. According to the records, the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield would become extremely strange and dangerous at night. Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Soon, a vast mountain appeared in front of him. In the vast mountains, ancient trees reached the sky, and the roars of beasts echoed. Lu Ming did not stop and flew over the mountain. Gah! Before he could fly far, a sharp cry rang out. A giant strange bird rushed out of the forest, its wings flapping and bringing with it gusts of strong wind. A pair of sharp iron claws clawed at Lu Ming. A Class 7 Level 4 demonic beast, he exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart stirred. A terrifying night. A Class 7 4th level demonic beast was equivalent to a Class 7 martial ancestor realm martial artist. Finally, a high-level demonic beast has appeared. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand and a long spear was formed. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the air and pierced through the strange bird's chest. The strange bird let out a shrill cry as a large hole exploded in its chest. It fell from the sky without any signs of life. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed forward and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to devour the strange bird's blood essence. At the same time, he struck out with his palm and split the strange bird's body open. He took out a demonic core from within. Lu Ming would not miss the demonic core of a 7th grade 4th level demonic beast. The bloodline of the 9 dragons swallowed the demonic pill and began to refine it. A portion of the energy from the blood essence and the monster core was converted into genuine qi. It was a pity that with Lu Ming's current cultivation at the 5th tier martial arts grandmaster realm, the blood essence and demonic core of a 7th tier 4th level demonic beast had limited effects on him. It seems like there are high-level demonic beasts in this forest. I'll hunt them while I search for the ancient city. After making up his mind, Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Roar! Not long after, a loud roar was heard. A ferocious tiger with 2 heads charged out of the forest and pounced at Lu Ming. A moment later, the tiger's blood essence and demonic core were converted into Lu Ming's essential qi. The mountain forest was very large. Lu Ming had been flying for 5 to 6 hours but he still had not left the mountain forest. During this process, Lu Ming had killed more than a dozen 7th and 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts, refining their blood essence and demonic cores. Lu Ming's cultivation had only reached the peak of the early stage of the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, not even the middle stage. This made Lu Ming somewhat speechless. At this time, the sun set and night began to fall. Ever since the sun had set, the forest had become completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Other than the sound of the wind, all other sounds seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It was as if all the other living beings had disappeared. The world was silent. Lu Ming frowned and rushed down the mountain forest. Sure enough, there was not a single demonic beast in the forest, not even a single insect. Lu Ming was walking in the forest, scanning the area. After a while, he made a discovery. A wolf-shaped monstrous beast was hiding in an underground cave that was more than 10 meters deep. It was shivering as if it was extremely afraid. Lu Ming frowned. He left the underground cave and continued to move forward. At some point in time, the sky had been covered with thick dark clouds, and the world was dark. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could only see a few hundred meters away. Hoo-hoo! A cold wind blew, and it was particularly eerie. Lu Ming frowned. He moved and landed on a big tree to observe his surroundings. Kaka-kaka! All of a sudden, a series of strange cries rang out from afar. The sound was getting closer and closer, as if it was rushing toward Lu Ming. Kaka-kaka! The cries grew louder and noisier. It didn't seem to be coming from one thing, but from many. But in the next moment, those voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Hoo-hoo! A cold gust of wind blew past Lu Ming's neck. Not good. Without thinking, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Buzz! A cold and sharp force swept past Lu Ming's body and hit the big tree where he had just landed. The tree was cut in half and fell to the ground. Kaka! Chi-chi-chi! The strange cry was heard again. At the same time, a cold and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. What the hell is this? Die! Lu Ming held the long spear and swept it out. However, Lu Ming felt that when the long spear swept out, it was as if it was sweeping through the air and there was no place to exert force. The next moment, a cold and sinister force attacked Lu Ming from behind. Buzz! In an instant, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky. Looking down from the sky, Lu Ming finally saw clearly what had attacked him. 7 or 8 black shadows in the shape of humans with unclear facial features were drifting in the air at an extremely fast speed. This damn thing, it can't be a real ghost, right? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that it was very possible. This was an ancient battlefield. Countless living beings had died in battle. Blood flowed like a river, and resentment soared into the sky. It was also possible for evil beings like the spirit race to be born. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming stomped down. Buzz! An inexplicable tremor was felt and a terrifying force exploded from under Lu Ming's feet. There was even the faint roar of a dragon. Kaka! The black specters seemed to be terrified and let out ear-piercing screeches. However, under the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, it instantly turned into dust and dissipated. It seems like the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps has a miraculous effect on this damn thing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Thinking about it, dragons were powerful creatures that stood at the peak of all living things in the world. They were sacred and could not be offended. Not to mention the 9 dragons that were stronger than ordinary true dragons. The 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps was named as the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. It naturally contained the will of 9 dragons. With one step, evil spirits would retreat and spirits would dissipate. Kaka! However, the black spirits were defeated, and the strange, ear-piercing cries rang out in the distance again. More spirits were rushing over. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming took a step forward and flew rapidly into the distance. In the pitch-black sky and earth, there were constant strange cries. Lu Ming looked around and saw black shadows flying everywhere. It was as if a group of demons were dancing wildly. Chi chi chi! A few spirits flew toward Lu Ming and shot out cold and sinister energy. Boom! Lu Ming swept his long spear out. 100-meter-long spear ray dispersed the cold and sinister aura, scattering a few spirits at the same time. However, the next moment, the spirits gathered together again, but their bodies seemed to have become smaller. It's not completely ineffective. It's still effective to attack with an aura force, but the effect is weaker. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz! Buzz! Then, he struck out 2 more times with his spear. A thick spear ray shot out, containing a powerful wind and fire force. A few spirits were scattered again, and when they regathered, their bodies were much smaller. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed past them. There were spirits blocking the way in front. Lu Ming used the same method to disperse them. This was all thanks to Lu Ming's fusion of wind and fire force, which was extremely powerful. If it was just a single force, even if it was perfected, it would not have such an effect. As for the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, although it was effective, it consumed too much energy. Lu Ming would not cast it unless it was absolutely necessary. Just like that, Lu Ming kept charging forward. However, after 100 miles, he suddenly stopped and looked ahead in shock. Kacha kacha! In front of them, there was an army in iron armor. However, the armor on each soldier was tattered and full of sword marks. It was filled with the aura of time. Each soldier held a black iron sword and was full of fighting spirit. However, the most terrifying thing was that it was impossible to see each soldier's face clearly. At first glance, it was just a mass of black fog. In the position of their eyes, there were 2 masses of scarlet light. Could this be the legendary Nether soldier? Lu Ming gasped in shock. A group of Nether soldiers walked forward step by step and disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they were going. This ancient battlefield is indeed evil and terrifying. No wonder it's said to be extremely dangerous at night. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he took a detour and continued to move forward. The song Siblings. In this way, Lu Ming moved forward very slowly. After a few hours, Lu Ming had only advanced a few thousand miles. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar came from the front, as well as the strange cry of a ghost. Someone was being attacked by the spirits. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he went closer. He then realized that it was a young man and woman who were surrounded by more than 10 black spirits. These two young men and women were both at the early stage of the 5th rank and could be considered geniuses. However, among the geniuses who had entered this time, they were considered to be at the lower end. At this time, he was already surrounded by danger, and his body was covered in wounds. It was clearly the doing of the black spirit. "Little sister, run. I'll hold them back," the young man roared. "Big brother, if you want to go, you go. I'll hold them back," the young woman also called out. However, with their battle prowess and their mastery of Shi, they did little damage to the spirits and were unable to escape the encirclement of the black spirits. The two of them charged left and right, but it was useless. Instead, they attracted more spirits. "Damn things, I'm going to kill you," the young man roared as he crazily slashed with his saber. However, it was useless. After the spirits were chopped apart, they gathered together again and did not shrink much. On the contrary, he had a few more wounds on his body. "Big brother!" the young woman screamed in despair. "Little sister, let's go." The young man didn't care and continued to attack the spirits. But everything was in vain. Just as the two of them were in despair. Boom! In the distance, spears were shot out and stabbed the spirits. Immediately, the spirits were scattered. The young man and woman were stunned at first, but then they were ecstatic. They rushed out together and broke away from the encirclement of the spirits. The next moment, the spirits gathered together again, but they were much smaller. "It's so much smaller." The two young men and women were extremely shocked. The two of them were at the middle stages of the phenomenal success stage, but their attacks had little effect on the spirit life forms. However, the spear light just now had caused the spirit to shrink by a large size. The force contained in the spear light was simply unbelievable. Even a picture couldn't have this kind of power. The two of them hurriedly looked in the direction where the spear ray came from. A young figure walked over. He was too young, not even 20 years old. This person was, of course, Lu Ming. Ga. At that moment, the spirits pounced toward Lu Ming and the other two. "Not good, this brother, quickly leave." The young man's expression changed drastically as he shouted. "If we don't get rid of these spirits, I'll be able to leave, but you won't," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Solivir. These specters are difficult to deal with. Brother, I beg you, please save my little sister. I'll hold these specters back," the young man called out anxiously. He raised his saber and was about to step forward. "No, we'll leave together," the young woman also called out. "Little sister, don't be willful. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave," the young man roared. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, he slashed out with his saber. Rays of saber radiance slashed out, cutting the spirits in half. However, it was of no use. The spirits recovered immediately and continued to pounce. "Let's go!" the young man shouted. "Your little sister is right. If we're leaving, we'll leave together." At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and suddenly took a step forward. Boom! And NBSP, a terrifying energy began to spread forward. Bang! 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 More than a dozen spirits exploded like balloons. After they exploded, they could not be condensed at all. They turned into energy and dissipated. The young man and woman were stunned. With a single kick, more than a dozen spirits were crushed, and they could not even condense. What kind of strength was this? Or rather, what kind of force was this that it was so terrifying? According to their understanding, these specters were extremely difficult to destroy. Even a picture wouldn't have much of an effect. Those peerless geniuses had extremely profound cultivation, but if they encountered these specters alone, they would most likely be in danger. Only those peerless geniuses who had already comprehended a trace of intent through force could quickly kill these spirits. However, there shouldn't be many of such geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. To comprehend a trace of intent through force, as long as one's cultivation reached the peak of martial ancestor 9 Dan, they could be called a half-step king. How many people could reach this stage in their 20s? Could it be that this young man who was not even 20 years old was a genius of that level? The young man and woman let their imagination run wild. Let's go now. Lu Ming interrupted their daze and took the lead to fly forward. The two young men and women hurriedly followed. The reason why Lu Ming had saved the two of them was not because he had a burst of compassion. It was just that he felt that the two of them had a deep brother-sister relationship and were willing to sacrifice themselves for others in the face of danger. Lu Ming was touched and saved them in passing. With Lu Ming leading the way, as long as they did not encounter too many spirits, it would not be a big problem. The three of them continued on their way and time passed slowly. 5 or 6 hours later, the first ray of light appeared on the horizon. Purple qi rose from the east, and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. The moment the sun appeared, all the spirits in the world disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed. Then, the sound of insects and beasts could be heard. The scene was full of vitality and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief and were secretly amazed. This ancient battlefield of the netherworld was truly wondrous. Brother, I'm Song Yu and this is my sister, Song Jing. I really have to thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, we would have died in this ancient battlefield. The young man bowed to Lu Ming. Brother Song, you don't have to be so polite. I was just passing by. Lu Ming said with a smile. No matter what, we will always remember your kindness. Oh right, may I know your name? Song Yu cupped her fists and said. Song Jing was obviously more shy. She blinked her big eyes at Lu Ming and did not say anything. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. It's Brother Lu. Song Yu cupped her fists again. I don't know what the two of you are planning to do next. To be honest, with your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you go out at night. Lu Ming asked. We were quite unlucky. When we were teleported here, we were separated from the people in our area. We don't know how far away we were, so we could only find a city to hide in. According to our family elders, there should be a small city not far from this forest. We wanted to hide there, but before we arrived, the sky turned dark. Song Yu explained. Is there a small city up ahead? Lu Ming asked. An elder of our family once participated in the selection in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield 100 years ago. According to him, there should be a small city ahead. It shouldn't be wrong. Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Song Yu explained and invited him. Chapter 380 UMO Palace. Alright. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to find a city to settle down. Otherwise, he would not be in the mood to cultivate at night. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Song Yu and Song Jing were overjoyed. Immediately, the three of them continued along the mountain range. Tens of thousands of miles passed by in a flash. After that, he finally walked out of the forest. After the forest was a plain. The three of them flew for a few more hours before a small city finally appeared in front of them. The three of them were overjoyed and hurriedly flew over. The small city was not big, only a few miles in radius. "There are people in the city," Song Jing whispered. Lu Ming and the rest saw it too. It seemed that someone had arrived at the city earlier. On the city wall, there were about a dozen people standing. Outside the city, there were one or two people who seemed to be talking to the people on the city wall, but they were too far away to hear clearly. The three of them flew directly toward the city. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, when the three of them approached the city, a few sharp sword chi shot towards them. The three of them changed their expressions and stopped abruptly. They dodged the sword chi and stared at the city wall with unsightly expressions. The sword chi just now had come from the city wall. "What are you guys doing? Why are you stopping us from entering the city?" Song Yu shouted. "Hee hee, you can enter the city if you pay 10 million spiritual crystals each." A young man on the city wall sneered. This young man was wearing a black robe with a skull embroidered on it. In fact, the other dozen or so youths on the city wall were all dressed in the same way. They were all wearing black skeletal robes, and they were obviously from the same force. 10 million spiritual crystals. You're clearly trying to loot a burning house. Song Yu shouted. Robbery? Don't make it sound so bad. This is called a refugee fee. If you pay spiritual crystals, you can take refuge in the city. The previous black-robed skeleton man laughed. On what basis? This city is a public place, why should we pay you shelter fees? At the bottom of the city wall, there were two young men who had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and the rest. They were shouting loudly. On what basis? Just because we are stronger, just because we are the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. Hurry up and hand it over. If you don't, then get lost. If you don't, then you will end up like that. The skeletal black-robed youth shouted coldly and pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a few corpses. They were all young men. Those who have paid the spiritual crystals have all gone in to rest. Those who didn't pay the spiritual crystals and still want to break in can only end up like this. The black-robed skeletal man shouted coldly. The two young men, as well as Song Yu and Song Jing, had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were too overbearing. Furthermore, the 10 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were all emitting a powerful aura. There were a total of 13 people, and 6 of them exuded the aura of a peak 5th level martial ancestor. The other 7 people were all in the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. 2 of them even exuded the aura of a peak 6th level martial ancestor realm expert. Those who could enter the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield were all geniuses and could fight at least 2 levels above them. Some could even exceed 2 levels. This was an extremely powerful force. Even the weakest among them could be ranked on the Emperor Yun list in the 36 countries. The 2 strongest youths were at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. They were definitely not weaker than Lan Yundao. As for Song Yu and Song Jing, they were only in the early stage of the 5th level martial grandmaster realm. The other 2 young men were only in the late stage of the 5th level martial grandmaster realm. The difference was too great. At this moment, should he retreat or advance? If they retreated, they would have to face countless spirits at night, and there might be even more bizarre things. Only death would await them. However, if they entered, each person would have to pay almost 10 million spiritual crystals. 10 million spiritual crystals was a huge sum even for martial arts grandmasters like them. Although they could afford it, it would hurt their bones. We'll pay. The other 2 young men hesitated for a moment and finally made a decision. They gritted their teeth, took out a storage ring each, and handed it to the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeletal man examined it and revealed a satisfied smile. At least you know what's good for you. Go in. The two young men had ugly expressions as they flew into the city. Let's hand it over too. Song Yu let out a long sigh and said. Pay. I don't have the habit of giving spirit crystals to others for free. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. This sentence naturally reached the ears of the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeletal man who had been talking earlier looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze and said, Kid, if you don't want to pay up, then get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. He could see Song Yu, Song Jing, and Lu Ming's cultivation levels clearly. They were all trash in the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. He did not care about them at all. Get lost? You're the ones who want to get out of here. Now, get out of here. I want this city. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone present was stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He wanted the people of the Nether Demon Palace to scram. He wanted to occupy this city. Crazy, crazy, this kid must be crazy. Even Song Yu and Song Jing were shocked. What was Lu Ming doing? Could it be that he wanted to fight against the people from the Nether Demon Palace? But it was impossible for him to win. Although they knew that Lu Ming's force was extremely powerful, even stronger than a perfected force. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early phase of the 5th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm. No matter how strong his combat strength was, even if he was a rare 3rd-level genius, it was impossible for him to be a match for these people from the Nether Demon Palace. There was actually a common term for those geniuses who could cross levels and fight. They were called the genius of a few battles. For example, those who could cross one level to fight were called geniuses of one battle, those who could cross 2 levels to fight were called geniuses of 2 battles, and those who could cross 3 levels to fight were called geniuses of 3 battles. Of course, the cross-level battle here was only within the martial arts Grandmaster realm. As for the other realms, they weren't called that. The majority of the peerless geniuses were second-rate geniuses. There were very few people who could surpass a World War II genius. And those who could reach the level of 3 battle geniuses were even rarer. For example, Lan Yundao, Li Qiushui, and even young Master Tian Shi were in between World War II and World War III. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyun might be a 3-man genius. Kid, what did you say? The black-robed skeleton man thought he had heard wrong. I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated. Ha ha ha, you want us to get lost? Just based on a piece of trash in the early stage of martial ancestor realm level 5, you're dead for sure today. Even if you're a genius, you'll still die today. Kill him. The black-robed skeletal man waved his hand. Die. Immediately, a disciple of the Nether Demon Palace flew out and a sharp sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. This young man had a cultivation at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was a World War II genius. Unless Lu Ming was a World War III genius, he would definitely die. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. At the same time, a spear's gleam burst out. Puchi. The spear light directly pierced through the chest of the UMO Palace youth. The youngster from the Nether Demon Palace cried out in pain as his body was sent flying by the spear light. With a clang, he was stuck on the city wall. A single spear had killed a 5th-level peak martial ancestor realm genius. Chapter 381 One Step to Death. What? How is that possible? Everyone's eyes widened. The commotion here had already alarmed the people in the city. 7 or 8 people had flown up into the sky to watch. These people had obviously paid 10 million spiritual crystals to take refuge in the city. How audacious! The black-robed skeletal man roared. The eyes of the other young men from the Dark Demon Palace turned cold as well. A powerful aura burst out from their bodies and pressed toward Lu Ming. To be able to kill a martial arts grandmaster 5-dan pinnacle 2nd level genius with a single spear strike, he was definitely a 3rd level genius. Brat, you dare to kill the people of my nether demon palace. Even if you are a genius of 3 battles, you will die today. One of the young men from the nether demon palace shouted coldly. The aura that he exuded was extremely terrifying. It had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. He and the black-robed skeletal man who had been talking earlier were the 2 strongest among the 10-odd youths from the nether demon palace. Oh, really? Then let's see who kills who. Lu Ming held the spear in one hand and walked towards the city, step by step. Kill. Let's attack together and kill him. The black-robed skeletal man waved his hand. Instantly, the dozen youths from the nether demon palace howled and their bodies flashed rapidly. Black light emanated from their bodies as they slashed at Lu Ming with their swords. With more than a dozen experts joining hands, even an ordinary expert in the early stage of the 9th martial ancestor realm would be instantly blown into pieces. Even if Lu Ming was a level 4 genius, he would still die, let alone a level 3 genius. However, was it possible for him to have won 4 battles? However, they would never have dreamed that Lu Ming was already a level 4 genius before his wind force had broken through to the phenomenal success stage. Now, he had surpassed level 4. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long hiss and his figure soared into the sky. He then took a step forward. This step incorporated the power of wind and fire. Boom! It was as if the 9 dragons had stepped into the sky and were surveying the world. This step, regardless of the number of people, exploded. Bang! Bang! The dozens of geniuses from the nether demon palace, who were below the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, had their bodies exploded. They did not even have the chance to scream. As for those above the 6th martial ancestor realm, they all spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies crackled and it was unknown how many bones they had broken. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. This. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the dozen or so young men who had entered the city to take refuge were all staring with their eyes wide open. Their mouths were wide open, and they could not help but gasp. The scene was too terrifying. With a single step, a dozen geniuses from the nether demon palace were either dead or injured. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm were spitting out blood. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only in the early phase of the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. How was this possible? How many battles did he have to fight? How could there be such an expert in the world? Damn it, damn it! Let's go, let's go! This man is a peerless monster. Let's leave first and wait for senior brother Yu and the others to come back before killing him. The black-robed skeletal man roared. He was simply scared out of his wits. You want to leave now? It's too late. Lu Ming sneered and then took another step forward. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. The severely injured disciples of the Dark Demon Palace at the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm screamed in pain. Their bodies could no longer take it and exploded. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm felt as if they had been hit by a 10,000-meter tall mountain. Their bodies crackled and blood spurted out of their mouths. The 2 of them were both monstrous geniuses who had slightly surpassed the level of a World War II genius. Their combat strength had barely reached the early stage of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm, which was why they were able to take 2 kicks without dying. Run, run, run! The 2 of them roared madly in their hearts. They were extremely afraid. They turned into 2 streaks of light and fled frantically. Die! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand forcefully and 2 spearlights burst out. They crossed the space in an instant and stabbed at the two of them. Pucci. One of them was pierced through the heart by the spear ray. He let out an unwilling roar and fell to the ground. As for the black-robed skeletal man, his reaction was slightly faster and he managed to avoid being hit in his vital parts. However, one of his arms was pierced by the spear radiance and exploded. Beast, my nether demon palace will never let you off. Next time, I will tear you into pieces. A voice filled with hatred came from afar. In an instant, the black-robed skeleton disappeared. You want to leave? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took another step forward and his body disappeared in an instant. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Each step he took covered a distance of 5 kilometers. When he appeared 5 kilometers away, he frowned. The aura of the young man from the Nether Demon Palace suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming swept his gaze around but did not find any traces. It seems like the other party has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique or possesses some kind of treasure. He's concealing his aura and hiding his tracks. Lu Ming searched for a moment but still could not find any traces. He had no choice but to give up and return to the city. The corpses of the 10 or so disciples of the Nether Demon Palace lay on the ground, not moving at all, and not a single storage ring was missing. The people in the city did not dare to touch them as they were Lu Ming's spoils of war. In a flash, Lu Ming kept the storage rings of the youths from the Nether Demon Palace. At the same time, he also devoured their blood essence. Lu. Brother Lu. At this moment, Song Yu and Song Jing flew over. Song Yu looked at Lu Ming with some respect. Brother Song, let's enter the city first. Lu Ming said. Then, the 3 of them flew into the city. After flying into the city, Lu Ming was a little surprised because he saw a few young men flying out. Lu Ming pulled a burly young man and asked, Brother, why are they flying out? AI. The burly youth sighed and said, This brother, although you are strong, you don't know that the Dark Devil Palace is an extremely powerful sect. The area where the Dark Devil Palace is located is called the Dark Devil Mountain area. There are high-ranked empires in that area, but the Dark Devil Palace is undoubtedly the overlord of that area. Even the high-ranked empires have to listen to the Dark Devil Palace. Almost all the geniuses in that area have joined the Dark Devil Palace and become their disciples. In this city, there is a group of disciples from the UMO Palace. Those people just now are not the strongest in this group. 7 of them have gone to other cities to investigate this morning. However, they will be back in 2 days at most. At that time, we will all be dead. That's why they left this place and would rather find another city to settle down. The burly young man was kind and explained everything to Lu Ming in detail. I see. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. What is the cultivation of the 7 people who left? He asked. Almost all of them are above the late 6th level of martial ancestor realm. 2 of them are even geniuses at the early 7th level of martial ancestor realm. They are in the middle of the 2nd and 3rd battles and are extremely powerful. Although you are strong, you are not their match. It is better to leave this place quickly. The burly young man advised. Thank you for the information. Lu Ming cupped his fists, but he had no intention of leaving. Seeing this, the burly young man did not say anything. He shook his head and left. Heaven's Path Palm, completed. Outside, although it was dangerous at night, if they stayed here, once the people from the Nether Demon Palace returned, they would definitely be killed as well. It would be better to leave earlier. Brother Song, what are your plans? Lu Ming looked at Song Yu and Song Jing. After leaving the city, I'm sure he'll be in trouble at night. I believe in Brother Lu. Song Yu said firmly, planning to stay behind. Song Jing nodded and followed Song Yu. All right then, you guys should rest first. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then randomly found a room in the city and sat cross-legged. Recently, his understanding of the Heaven Path Palm had become deeper and deeper, and he felt that he could make a breakthrough at any time. Once he had a breakthrough in the Heaven Path Palm, he would have another killer move. In his mind, the aura that he had remembered from the Heaven's Gate kept flowing. He did not know why, but as time passed, the aura became weaker and weaker. It was estimated that Lu Ming would forget about the aura soon. Yes, he had forgotten. He had disappeared from his memory. Therefore, he had to master the Heavenly Path Palm within this period of time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The aura on the Heaven Gate and the Heavenly Path Palm were constantly corroborating and deliberating with each other. Lu Ming's understanding of the Heavenly Palm was getting deeper and deeper. He felt that there was only a layer of paper between them. As long as he could break through this layer of paper, Lu Ming would be able to successfully cultivate the Heavenly Tao Palm. Time passed, and night slowly fell. Heaven and earth fell into darkness once again, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. Ga ga ga. In the outside world, strange cries were constantly heard. It was abnormally terrifying. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of his room. He looked into the distance and could see many black shadows flickering outside the city. However, the city emitted a layer of hazy light, like a semicircle, which enveloped the entire city. The spirits seemed to be very afraid of this light. They were wandering outside and didn't dare to rush in. These radiances were formed by the inscription formation. The supreme experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had all set up supreme formations in all the cities in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld to facilitate the smooth progress of the selection. Lu Ming saw that in the city, other than Song Yu and Song Jing, there were still a few people who had not left, including the burly young man. He had returned. He saw Lu Ming and smiled brightly. Lu Ming watched for a while and returned to his room to start comprehending the Heavenly Tao Palm. Very soon, a day had passed. When night came the next day, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He had finally made a major breakthrough in his comprehension of the Heaven's Path Palm. He felt that he had successfully comprehended it. I'll go out and test it out during the day. Following that, Lu Ming continued to comprehend and deepen his understanding of the Heavenly Path Palm. Time passed, and soon, the darkness receded, and light returned to the world. Lu Ming left the city and flew into the distance. Very soon, he arrived at a huge mountain. Heaven's Path Palm. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted and slapped his palm towards the sky. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out from Lu Ming's palm. Then, a huge palm print was formed in the sky. This palm print was transparent, like a human palm, but it had 9 fingers. The palm print was dozens of meters long and wide. It came down from the sky and hit a mountain peak that was 1,000 meters tall. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the 1,000-meter mountain exploded. All the trees and stones were annihilated and turned into dust. It didn't explode into gravel, but was directly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain was gone. What a powerful force! Even Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. The 3-Path Palm's secret book recorded the 3rd palm, the Heaven Path Palm. Since ancient times, only a few people had been able to master it. Once it was mastered, it would have the power infinitely close to that of a heaven-grade martial technique. I won't play with you guys anymore. Brother Lu, you. Hurry up and run. When Song Yu saw Lu Ming, she was initially overjoyed. But then, she thought of something and shouted. The Nether Demon Palace was too powerful. Other than the young man who had escaped earlier, the other 7 people were at least in the later stage of the martial arts Grandmaster's 6th realm. Among them, 2 of them were in the late stage of the 6th level, 3 of them were in the peak of the 6th level, and 2 of them were in the early stage of the 7th level. The power gathered together was too strong. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for it. Although Song Yu was looking forward to a miracle and Lu Ming could save them, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Leave. Today, none of you shall leave. The one who spoke was a green-haired youth. He looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. He had a slender figure and an oppressive aura. He had long green hair that reached his waist and was filled with an evil aura. His gaze was cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Ming. You are the one who killed the people of my Nether Demon Palace. Good, very good. You will pay a heavy price for this. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then I'll let you experience it. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-haired youth's body exploded with a violent aura. 3 strikes of the spirit demon spirit severing. Die. The green-haired young man shouted as a dark green sword chi shot out from his hand. It crossed thousands of meters in an instant and slashed at Lu Ming's glabella. Metal force complete. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Whoosh. The demon-subduing spear appeared and stabbed forward. The power of wind and fire erupted. Boom. The spear radiance and the sword chi collided, and a dazzling light burst out at the point of intersection. Then, the spear radiance and the sword chi disappeared together. They were equally matched. This person is not weaker than young Master Tian Shi. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could roughly determine the other party's combat strength. Without a doubt, the other party was a genius who was in the middle of a second battle and a third battle. With his cultivation in the early stage of martial ancestor 7th realm, he should be able to explode with the fighting power of a martial ancestor 9th realm late stage. Kid, you have some skills. Take this, UMO triple kill God Slayer. The green-haired youth roared. Dark green light burst out from his body. It was extremely dazzling. Then, he became one with his sword, turning into a dazzling dark green sword radiance that charged at Lu Ming. In an instant, it crossed a distance of several thousand meters. The sky was slashed by the sword light, and the air currents surged and split into 2 sides. It was extremely shocking. The power of this sword was much stronger than the previous one. It had truly reached the combat strength of a martial ancestor realm level 9 late stage. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and the world rumbled. A terrifying force surged forward. Boom. The sky once again let out a terrifying roar, and the air waves swept out, sending sand and stones flying. Bang! 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 A figure flew back and took 3 steps in the sky, causing the air to explode and emitting a violent boom. It was the green-haired youth. On the other side, Lu Ming's body swayed slightly. He took a step back and then stood firmly. Lu Ming had the upper hand. The green-robed youth's face instantly turned greener than his hair. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he growled, "How is that possible? You're only in the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm and you can actually block my killing move. How is this possible?" He simply couldn't bear it. If Lu Ming could fight him at the early stage of the 5th level martial arts grandmaster realm, it meant that Lu Ming had already surpassed a level 4 talent and was between level 4 and level 5. This was too shocking. Not to mention being between a level 4 and a level 5, there was not even a level 4 talent in the Nether Demon Palace where geniuses were as common as clouds. Who was this kid? Which region did he come from? Junior brother, let's attack together and kill this person. Since we're already mortal enemies, the more talented this person is, the more we have to kill him. A figure flashed and a tall young man appeared beside the green-haired young man. This young man was the other 7th level martial ancestor realm genius. Alright, let's attack together. We'll set up the UMO 7 slaughter formation and kill this man. The green-haired youth instructed. Buzz! Buzz! In a flash, in the city below, the other disciples of the Nether Demon Palace appeared behind the green-haired young man and the white-haired young man. There was a total of 7 of them, and they stood in a strange posture, forming a joint attack formation. As for the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace who had escaped, he stood at the side with a cold smile and stared at Lu Ming with a murderous look. A joint attack formation. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. As for Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others, they were looking at the sky nervously. Now, they could only wait and hope for a miracle. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, 7 voices filled with killing intent rang out. Immediately after, the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace moved. The 7 of them moved in a strange trajectory and flashed rapidly, turning into countless light shadows that surrounded Lu Ming. Chi. All of a sudden, 7 beams of sword chi shot toward Lu Ming from 7 different directions. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly and dodged the 6 sword chi. However, there was one that he could not avoid no matter what. Whoosh! The long spear was drawn out. Of course, it contained the power of wind and fire. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The power of this sword was even stronger than the green-haired youth's second sword. Lu Ming did not use the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps and was instantly at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Whoosh! While Lu Ming was retreating, a few more sword chis behind him slashed at his back. Every step was filled with killing intent, and it was unavoidable. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long roar and a dragon's roar was heard. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure instantly turned into a flash of light and disappeared in a flash. Not only did he avoid the sword light behind him, but he also directly left the joint attack formation of the Nether Demon Palace and appeared in the sky not far away. How is this possible? What kind of movement technique is this? Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Their combined attack formation was the famous guarding technique of the Nether Demon Palace. When the 7 of them worked together, their combat power would increase by several times. Moreover, those who were trapped would not be able to escape at all and would only be killed. With the strength of the 7 of them, even a peak 9th level martial ancestor realm warrior would be killed by this array. Only a half-step king could escape. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level martial arts grandmaster realm. How was this possible? This combined attack formation is indeed amazing. Alright, I've seen it, so I won't play with you anymore. Lu Ming said indifferently. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. It turned out that Lu Ming had deliberately been surrounded by the joint attack formation. He wanted to see the power of the formation. Big brother, aren't you taking this too lightly? Song Yu and the others all wanted to roar. As for the few from the Nether Demon Palace, their faces were extremely dark. You're not going to play with us? What big words! Let me tell you, even if you leave today, your friend will end up in an extremely miserable state because of you. The green-haired young man glanced at Song Yu and the others below and said with a ferocious expression. Given Lu Ming's movement technique, they could not stop him if he wanted to leave. However, Song Yu and the rest could not leave. Brother Lu, don't worry about us. Leave quickly. Song Yu shouted again. Leave? Who said I'm leaving? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The power of the heavens path palm. Not leaving. What did he mean by not leaving and not playing with them? The people from the Nether Demon Palace were stunned. What I mean is to quickly finish you off. I don't want to play with you anymore. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? To deal with us? The people from the Nether Demon Palace were stunned for a moment before they started to laugh crazily. Ha ha ha, Aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue when you talk big? With you? This brat is talking nonsense on purpose to disturb our state of mind. Don't talk anymore. Let's use our full strength and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace started to shine with Silavira light. They were all chakra, the chakra of king-level bloodlines. Among the 7, 2 of them had second-level king-class bloodlines, 3 had third-level king-class bloodlines, and the 2 strongest had fourth-level king-class bloodlines. Their chakra glowed and their bloodlines burst forth, raising the auras of the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace to the peak. Kill! The 7 disciples of the Dark Demon Palace formed a huge formation. Sword chi glowed as they charged towards Lu Ming. I have a bloodline too. Lu Ming smiled faintly and activated his second blood meridian. A tall and blurry stone tablet with 4 Silavira chakras flashed and disappeared. A 4th-level king bloodline. It's strong, but what's the use? The green-haired young man let out a long howl and his sword chi burst forth, shrouding Lu Ming. What if I add this? Lu Ming sneered. Groan. A dragon's roar resounded as the bloodline of the 9 dragons rushed out and roared towards the sky. Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace, as well as Song Yu and the others, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. King-level bloodline. How could he have 2 king-level bloodlines? Could he be an innate king-level? Natural king-level? It's impossible. The mental array of the Nether Demon Palace all cried out in disbelief, and even the operation of the array stopped. Nothing is impossible. Swallow! Lu Ming shouted. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power was produced from its mouth and enveloped the 7 people from the Nether Demon Palace. What's going on? I feel that my bloodline power is a little unstable. My blood essence is beating. Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace shouted out in fear. The 2 bloodlines of a martial grandmaster could be activated at the same time. However, for most martial artists, the first bloodline was only at the mortal level. For martial arts grandmasters and above, the effect of using the mortal bloodline was extremely limited and negligible. That was why most people would only activate their second bloodline. Very few people would activate both bloodlines at the same time. However, Lu Ming was different. Both of his bloodlines were king level and had different effects on his body. He could unleash them as much as he wanted. It's just a small trick. Hold on, go kill him. The green-haired youth roared. Oh, really? Then let's continue, Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly blasted a palm. Hoo. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to have been sucked out. A huge transparent palm print appeared, carrying a violent offensive power. It pressed down on the 7 people from the Nether Demon Palace like Mount Tai. A terrifyingly huge pressure caused the world to tremble violently. The sword chi from the Nether Demon's Palace instantly crumbled. Arg! What kind of battle technique was this? How can it be so terrifying? The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace shouted in fear. It was simply unbelievable. Hold on. We'll hold them together. The green-robed young man's eyes turned red as he desperately howled. The 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace used all their strength and activated the combined formation to the extreme. The 7 of them joined forces and slashed out a shocking sword chi towards the heavenly path palm print. Boom! The sword chi struck the palm of the Heaven Dao palm print and immediately caused an earth-shaking boom. A terrifying wave of air swept out, sweeping away all the clouds in a radius of several dozen kilometers. Even the city below began to tremble violently. Song Yu and the others were blown against the wall by the strong wind before they could stand firm. But they couldn't care less about their sorry state. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the sky. Which side would win? Bang! Suddenly, the sword light shook and exploded, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. Boom! Even though a portion of the Heaven's Path Palm Strike's power had been neutralized, the remaining power was still terrifying as it continued to press down. Bang! Bang! The 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were like toads. They could not move at all and were forced to sink into the mud. The 2 with the weakest cultivation screamed in pain and stopped breathing. As for the 3 peak 6th level martial ancestor realm geniuses, although they were not dead, they were half dead. There were only 2 7th level martial arts grandmasters in the world. They only spat out a mouthful of blood, but they still maintained a certain amount of combat power. Let's go! The green-robed young man roared and was about to use a secret skill to escape. However, Lu Ming's second palm strike was immediately released. Boom! Another huge palm print formed and pressed down on the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. I'm not afraid. The green-haired youth and the others roared in despair. The palm of the Great Path was incomparably mysterious. It had completely locked onto them, and they had no way to escape. Boom! Even if the remaining 2 tried their best, they would not be able to resist. Boom! 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 Smoke and dust filled the air as the 2 of them were blasted into the ground, creating 2 huge pits. They lay in the pits, unable to move. At that moment, Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were dumbfounded. They could not come back to their senses. The 7 geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace had set up a joint attack formation, but Lu Ming had defeated them with 2 palm strikes. This was too terrifying. On one side of the sky, the disciple of the UMO Palace who had escaped last time was now trembling non-stop. His lips were trembling and his face was pale without a trace of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Demon, monster, this is my fault. Run, run, I want to get away from this monster, run. He roared in his heart and was about to use a secret technique to escape. At this moment, Puchi! A ray of spear light pierced through his back. The disciple of the Dark Demon Palace bellowed and turned his head desperately, only to see Lu Ming's cold eyes. I let you escape last time. Do you think there will be a second time? He said. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, with a shake of the spear radiance destroyed the life force of the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. His corpse then fell to the ground. Then, Lu Ming took another step forward and walked toward the green-haired young man and the other man. At this moment, the 2 couldn't move. They were terrified. Wait a minute, don't kill us. We are disciples of the Dark Devil Palace. The geniuses of the Dark Devil Palace are as numerous as the clouds. This time around, there are more than 500 geniuses who have entered. We are just a small portion of them. There are still many stronger geniuses in other cities. If you kill us, the disciples of the Dark Devil Palace will not let you off. The green-haired youth shouted. Hee, as long as I kill all of you, how will the other people from the Nether Demon Palace know that I killed them? Lu Ming sneered. Of course I know. I might as well tell you that I have already used the shadow-breathing talisman to copy your image and send it to the strongest genius of the Nether Demon Palace. You can't escape. The green-haired youth shouted. So it's the shadow-resting talisman. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Like the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, the shadow-dissipating talisman was made by an inscription master. The shadow breath talisman could copy the appearance of a certain scene or a certain person and send it to another person who also had the shadow breath talisman. It was a very magical item. Chapter 385 Kill Them All. Seeing that Lu Ming was in deep thought, the green-haired young man thought that Lu Ming was afraid. He was overjoyed and his face lit up. How about this, as long as you let us go, I will plead with the experts from the Nether Demon Palace to spare your life. Then, we will pretend that today's incident never happened. The green-haired youth said. Since Lu Ming was afraid, he believed that Lu Ming would accept this condition. A venomous killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He roared in his heart. As long as he escaped this danger, he would definitely make the more powerful people in the Nether Demon Palace go all out to hunt down Lu Ming. He would make him die without a burial place and make him regret offending him. Are you done? Lu Ming suddenly smiled faintly and said. What? The green-haired youth was stunned. If you're done, you can be on your way. Lu Ming's body emitted a cold murderous intent. You're scared? No, don't be scared. The green-haired youth and the other 7th-level martial ancestor realm genius screamed in fear. Just now, they thought that they had seen hope and that Lu Ming would let them off. But the next moment, they fell from heaven to hell. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. The spear's gleam burst out and killed the 2 of them. After that, he killed the other injured people one by one, took their storage rings, and swallowed their blood essence. Brother Lu Xuan, we have to thank you again for saving us this time. Song Yu flew over and stuttered. In his heart, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious and unattainable. No need to thank me. I'm the one who dragged you guys down this time. And Brother Song, what are your plans next? This city has already been exposed. I'm afraid that there will be experts from the Nether Demon Palace coming. Lu Ming said. We've received news that there's a small city in the north. There are experts in our area there, and we plan to rush over and meet them. Song Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. This was good too. He was not a kind person. He could not possibly spend his time helping them all the time. They would have to rely on themselves. Immediately after, Song Yu and her sister, as well as the burly young man, bade farewell to Lu Ming and left the place for the north. Lu Ming walked into one of the rooms and sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence that he had just devoured. It was the blood essence of a 6th or 7th grade martial arts grandmaster. It was not of much help to Lu Ming. After refining it, Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the peak of the early 5th grade martial arts grandmaster realm. Now that I've successfully cultivated the Heaven Path Palm, my combat strength has increased greatly. Although I haven't reached the level of a battle prodigy of 5, I've reached the peak of a battle prodigy of 4. Lu Ming summarized his combat strength. If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power and open up his blood meridian, his combat strength would reach the peak of a level 4 fighter with the heavenly Dao Palm and the power of wind and fire. Just now, he had used this move to defeat everyone from the Nether Demon Palace. However, the peak of a level 4 talent was only one step away from level 5. Although it seemed like there was only one step, this one step was a world of difference. It would be extremely difficult to become one of the top 5. Even if Lu Ming managed to cultivate the second step of the 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps, he would not be able to reach the level of a 5-man talent. Now, if I want to quickly increase my combat strength, I can only quickly increase my cultivation. Lu Ming pondered. The power of the palm of the Great Path was already extremely terrifying. Even if he cultivated the second step of 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps, its power would not be much stronger than the palm of the Great Path. Unless he cultivated it to the 3rd step, then his combat power would be greatly improved. However, he had not even mastered the 2nd step, let alone the 3rd step. In terms of force, the force of wind and fire were both at the limit of large success. The two were balanced, and the power of the fusion was extremely terrifying. Even if one of Lu Ming's forces broke through to perfection, the power would not be much stronger after the fusion of the two forces. Unless both forces had reached perfection. However, this was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. Therefore, if Lu Ming wanted to improve his combat strength in the short term, the only way was to improve his cultivation. In this selection, his weakness was his cultivation. Find a place with powerful demonic beasts, kill them, and improve your cultivation. Lu Ming made up his mind and left the small city, heading west. They headed west in search of places with powerful demonic beasts. Slowly, night fell, and night came again. However, with Lu Ming's wind and fire power, as long as he did not encounter anything too strange, he would not be in any danger. Those specters couldn't do anything to him. He charged forward until the day came again, and the world regained its vitality. During the day, Lu Ming sped up. Very quickly, he crossed the distance of more than 100,000 miles. Finally, Lu Ming stopped in the middle of a vast mountain. The mountain was full of life. From the depths of the mountain, roars came out, accompanied by powerful auras that soared into the sky. Lu Ming could sense at least 10 auras of 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts. He could even sense the aura of a class 9 level 4 demonic beast. Alright, this is the place. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This boundless mountain seemed to have nurtured many powerful demonic beasts. Lu Ming rushed into the mountain without hesitation. Hiss hiss hiss. Not long after he rushed in, a python that was more than 50 meters long pounced at Lu Ming. The python exuded a powerful aura of class 8 level 4. Good. Lu Ming grinned and thrust his long spear forward. With a plop, he pierced a huge hole in the python's head. The python hissed and rolled its huge body, crushing a few trees that were large enough for several people to hug. After rolling a few times, he finally stopped breathing. Lu Ming stepped forward and swallowed the python's blood essence. At the same time, he took out the demonic pill and swallowed it as well. The blood essence and demonic core of a class 8 level 4 demonic beast were much more effective. A moment later, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He had finally broken through to the middle stage of the 5th level martial ancestor realm. Then, he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Half a day later, Lu Ming had killed a total of 8 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts and 1 9th grade 4th level demonic beast. His cultivation had reached the peak of the middle 5th grade martial ancestor realm, not far from the late 5th grade martial ancestor realm. At this moment, night fell once again, and all the demonic beasts went into hiding. Lu Ming followed a demonic beast and hid in a cave that was more than 10 meters underground. But soon, the specter found him. This led Lu Ming to a conclusion. It was useless for outsiders like them to hide. The spirit would still find them. On the other hand, the spirit race wouldn't look for the demon beasts if they hid. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only resist and wait for the time to pass. When the day arrived, Lu Ming meditated and regulated his breathing for a while. After he had recovered, he continued to venture deep into the forest to hunt demonic beasts. Buzz! Half an hour later, Lu Ming dashed out of a valley at high speed, frantically fleeing into the distance. A loud cry came from the valley, shaking the earth and making countless trees shake. Then, a huge toad that was more than 50 meters tall and the size of a small mountain rushed out of the valley. Whoosh! The giant toad opened its mouth and a scarlet tongue pierced through the space of several miles in an instant, aiming at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. His figure appeared 10 miles away, avoiding the attack. The Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Boom! The giant toad's scarlet tongue did not hit Lu Ming. Instead, it hit a mountain peak that was thousands of meters high. The giant toad was furious. It flicked its scarlet tongue and the mountain peak rumbled. The mountain peak, which was thousands of meters high, exploded and broke in half. The section of the mountain peak whizzed toward Lu Ming. Whoa, this toad is too strong. It's definitely a half-step king. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and traveled 10 miles in an instant. Boom! 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 Behind him, the mountain hit the ground with a deafening boom. This attack had killed countless living beings. Lu Ming did not stop. He took a few more steps before he completely shook off the giant toad. This time, he was really unlucky. He had only casually barged into a valley and had already alerted such a powerful existence. It seems like I have to be careful. Who knows what kind of existences are living in this ancient battlefield? If I encounter a real monster king, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he focused his attention and observed carefully, continuing to hunt demonic beasts. A rich medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming had yet to walk 100 miles when he suddenly smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. On the left. Lu Ming tried to identify it and realized that the medicinal fragrance was coming from the left. He immediately went to the left. In front of them were two mountain peaks that were 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall. They pierced through the clouds and were exceptionally majestic. In the middle of the two mountain peaks, a huge canyon was formed. The medicinal fragrance came from there. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. In the mountain forest, several corpses of demonic beasts lay on the ground. They had sword wounds on their bodies, and from the looks of it, they had not been dead for long. There are already people here. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming immediately focused and continued to move forward. Along the way, they saw many demonic beast corpses. Buzz! Buzz! All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 8 young men and women appeared in front of Lu Ming. Stop! This place has been occupied by my Flying Tiger mountain range. Friend, please go back. The 8 young men and women sized Lu Ming up. One of the blue-robed young men said, Flying Tiger mountain range. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Flying Tiger mountain range was a small area to the south of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Although it was bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range, it was not much bigger. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You've occupied it? I've never heard of any place in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld or which region it belongs to. If you can come here, I can come here too. It was obvious that there were treasures in the canyon. The people from Flying Tiger mountain range wanted to occupy this place and eliminate the demonic beasts here to obtain the treasures. Lu Ming had finally encountered it. How could he miss it? Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're only in the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm and you dare to bargain with us. Since you're not leaving, then you'll stay here forever. The blue-robed young man's face darkened, and killing intent burst forth from him. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're just a mere 5th level martial ancestor realm and you dare to be so arrogant. You're looking for death. Next to the blue-robed young man, a cold-looking young man in the early stage of the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm took a big step forward and sent a palm towards Lu Ming. Roar! A ferocious tiger with flower spots appeared and pounced at Lu Ming. This young man was a second-rate warrior. He believed that he could definitely suppress Lu Ming with his cultivation of the early 6th level martial ancestor realm. But the next moment, his expression changed. Lu Ming casually swung his palm and the tiger that he had condensed was easily dispersed. Following that, Lu Ming's slap continued. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap was heard. The cold-looking young man let out a blood-curdling scream. A saber appeared in the burly young man's hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. This blade seemed to be able to split a mountain. The giant toad. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste time with the other party. He immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom! With a loud bang, the burly young man's body slid back for thousands of meters, leaving a deep gully along the way. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cece goo. Gasps of shock could be heard. The geniuses from the Flying Tiger mountain range looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was unbelievable that he could injure the burly youth with one move with his cultivation of the fifth martial ancestor realm. The long-armed young man was shocked at first, then his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. I didn't expect that a monstrous genius like you would appear in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I'm afraid even Jian Fengyun is far inferior to you. That's good. I'll kill you before you rise to power. Otherwise, you'll be a disaster to the Flying Tiger mountain range in the future. The long-armed young man said coldly. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, his body pounced toward Lu Ming like a cannonball and he threw a punch. This punch was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the burly young man's. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps again and took a step forward. Boom! With a deafening sound, Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was blocked. At the same time, a powerful force surged and Lu Ming was forced to retreat. The cultivation of the later stage of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a strong power! Lu Ming was shocked. Roar! With a roar, a majestic giant ape appeared above the long-armed young man's head. There were 5 astonishing Asilavira chakras on the giant ape's body. King Class 5th Level Bloodline, Violent Steel Ape. Great Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man roared and threw another punch. A ray of fist light, like the fist of a giant ape, came flying towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. This person was definitely a 3-man expert who was not weaker than Jian Fengyun. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming cast his strongest move without any hesitation. The Heaven's Path Palm print condensed and collided with the Great Ape King's Divine Fist. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the area within a radius of several dozen miles began to shake violently. The fist and palm collided, forming a terrifying hurricane that swept through the sky and the earth. Some of the weaker young men from the Flying Tiger mountain range were swept away by the hurricane and were pushed back. Boom! After the loud noise, a figure flew back rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He flew for thousands of meters and stood in the air. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The long-armed young man was too strong. His cultivation had reached the later stage of the 7th level martial grandmaster realm, which was more than 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. In addition to his 3-man talent, he was more than 5 levels higher than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not reached level 5. How could he be his match? He didn't die even after this. However, he didn't know that the long-armed young man's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming's combat strength shocked him so much that he had goosebumps all over. He had also ventured to those large areas before. But even in the larger regions, there was no such terrifying genius. Not to mention anything else, he had only heard of a 4-battle genius, but had never seen one. As for Lu Ming, he had obviously surpassed the top 4. Die, I must die. The long-armed young man roared in his heart and then shouted, I've already injured him. Let's attack together. We can't let this person leave alive. Having said that, he quickly attacked Lu Ming. Kill. The other people from the Flying Tiger mountain range all shouted. The scene of dozens of people attacking together was indeed shocking. These young men were the strongest group of people in the Flying Tiger mountain range. It was as if all the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had attacked together. How shocking was the momentum. I'm too lazy to play with you guys. Lu Ming turned and left. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. In the next moment, he was already 10 miles away. What a joke. He was fighting with so many people, and one of them was a long-armed young man. Lu Ming was not stupid. Since he was no match for them, what harm was there in temporarily retreating? Moreover, Lu Ming already had a plan in mind. Chase. the long-armed young man shouted. However, their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. He disappeared without a trace in a few moments. Detestable. The long-armed young man was filled with hatred. Let's go back. We must get the level 5 spiritual herbs in the valley. The long-armed young man shouted. Then, the group of people from Flying Tiger Mountain Range went back to the canyon to clear out the demonic beasts. Lu Ming covered 10 miles with a single step. His speed was so fast that he arrived outside a valley not long after. In this valley, there was a half-step demonic beast King Toad. That was right. Lu Ming came here to borrow strength. He wanted to use the giant toad's power to disrupt the battle and then seize the opportunity to seize the spiritual herbs in the canyon. Based on the herbal fragrance that the spiritual medicine was emitting, Lu Ming speculated that it was very likely a level 5 spiritual medicine. This was because level 4 spiritual herbs definitely did not have that kind of medicinal fragrance. Level 5 spiritual medicine. Lu Ming was a little excited at the thought of it. Level 5 spiritual medicine was a rare treasure that even kings needed. It was extremely precious. If he had level 5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming would be able to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body and advance his physical body to the 6th grade in one fell swoop. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming dashed into the valley. Buzz! A moment later, an earth-shattering cry rang out, and the vegetation rustled and trembled. Then, they saw Lu Ming rushing out of the valley as if his butt was on fire. Buzz! A mountain-sized toad rushed out of the valley in pursuit of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and appeared 10 miles away in an instant. Buzz! The giant toad exerted force on its 4 limbs and its incomparably huge body shot up into the sky. In an instant, it crossed a distance of 7 to 8 li and landed heavily on the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air and the ground cracked. Then, in the smoke and dust, the giant toad's body rushed out once again and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took another step forward, causing the giant toad to miss its target. 1 man and 1 toad, one chasing and one escaping, in the blink of an eye, they were dozens of miles away. When the giant toad stopped and did not want to give chase, Lu Ming also stopped and shot it. Immediately, the giant toad flew into a rage and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming came to the huge canyon again. Lu Ming did not stop. He dashed toward the canyon. Who is it? With a loud shout, a few figures rushed out from below. One of them was the burly young man who had been injured by Lu Ming earlier. You again? You still dare to come? You're looking for death. The burly teenager roared angrily when he saw that it was Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! More than a dozen figures rushed out from below. Brat, I won't let you off this time. The long-armed young man also rushed out. I brought you guys a present, don't thank me. Lu Ming smiled. What? The long-armed young man and the others were stunned. Buzz! A loud roar came from the distance. Then, they saw a mountain-like figure rushing over from the distance. That's the referee, ah. Not good, quickly retreat. The long-armed young man's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming smiled and rushed inside. However, there were a few people in Flying Tiger Mountain Range who could not react in time and were directly crushed by the giant toad's figure. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and blood splattered. Those people were crushed to death by the giant toad. Chapter 388 Spiritual Herbs in Hand. Whoosh! Then, the giant toad's scarlet tongue shot out. 5 or 6 geniuses from Flying Tiger Mountain Range couldn't dodge in time and were caught by the tongue. Save me! The 5 or 6 young men shouted in fear. In the next moment, the tongue retracted back into the giant toad's mouth, and the cry stopped abruptly. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush into the canyon. "Damn it, you animal, don't even think about it!" The long-armed young man roared and rushed into the canyon. The remaining people scattered in all directions. Some fled to the outside of the canyon, while others rushed into the canyon. "Buzz!" The giant toad cried out and also rushed into the canyon. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many corpses of demonic beasts. Wherever there were spirit herbs, there would definitely be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. The valley was very wide and deep, formed by two huge mountains. The deeper he went, the stronger the medicinal fragrance became. Roar! Roar! At this time, more than a dozen demonic beasts rushed out of the canyon. Each of these demonic beasts was very powerful. The weakest one was at 8th grade 4th level, 7 to 8 were at 9th grade 4th level, and 2 of them had even reached the peak of 9th grade 4th level, only a step away from the half-step Demon King realm. This was the most powerful group of demonic beasts in the canyon. The long-armed young man and the others had been afraid of these demonic beasts and had not rushed in. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure suddenly soared into the sky, appearing high in the sky. Then, he took another step forward. This time, his target was the depths of the canyon. Roar! Some demonic beasts roared angrily and tried to stop him, but Lu Ming was too fast and they could not make it in time. At this moment, the giant toad rushed in again. Buzz! The giant toad roared loudly. Whether it was a human or a demonic beast, it attacked everyone. Instantly, the giant toad and a dozen powerful demonic beasts were in a chaotic battle. "Damn it, damn it!" The long-armed young man roared. The people from the Flying Tiger mountain range were the first to be affected by the demonic beasts on both sides. A few more people died in the mouths of the demonic beasts. "The spirit herbs are mine." The long-armed young man roared and used all his strength to break out of the encirclement, heading toward the depths of the canyon. At this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed to the depths of the canyon. This is... At the sight of the scene in front of him, Lu Ming was taken aback, then he was overjoyed. What appeared in front of them was actually a medicinal field. That's right, even though many years had passed, one could still vaguely see that it was a medicinal field. There were 7 to 8 spiritual herbs growing in the herbal field. Each spirit herb was shining with a faint spiritual light and emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. That's a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and a phoenix-shaped lingji. Lu Ming saw a few types that he recognized at a glance. The 10,000-year-old blood ginseng was as thick as a child's arm. It was blood-red in color and flickered with a blood-red light. It was extraordinary at first glance. There was also the phoenix-shaped lingji, which actually grew like a phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, and the medicinal fragrance was extremely strong. These two spiritual herbs were both level 5 spiritual herbs. Furthermore, it seemed to be aged and its medicinal strength was extremely powerful. There were a few other herbs that Lu Ming did not recognize. However, they did not seem to be inferior to the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and the phoenix-shaped lingji. They were definitely level 5 spiritual herbs. Upper level 5. These spiritual herbs are definitely upper level 5 spiritual herbs. Even a martial king would drool at them. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. Ha! With these spiritual herbs, my body can break through to the 6th realm. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a small tree in the depths of the herbal field. This small tree was not tall, only a little more than 1 meter. There was not a single leaf on the branches, but there were 9 fist-sized fruits hanging on it. The fruit was bright red and crystal clear. Around the fruit, there was a dense fiery red mist, as if a flame was burning and jumping. Could this be the vermilion red fruit? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could not hide his crazed joy. The vermilion scarlet fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that if martial arts grandmasters and ancient martial art practitioners consumed it, they could quickly improve their cultivation without any side effects. Ha! Even the heavens are helping me. With the vermilion fruit, my cultivation will be able to increase by a level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz! At this moment, the long-armed young man was flying towards them at high speed. Then, his eyes flickered as he saw the spiritual herbs and vermilion fruit in the herb field. Vermilion fruit, that's the vermilion fruit. With these 9 vermilion fruits, my cultivation will definitely reach the 8th or even 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Then, I won't have to be afraid of anyone in the ancient battlefield of the netherworld. The long-armed young man roared in his heart. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely ferocious and he shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing? These spirit herbs are mine." Lu Ming pounced on the spiritual herbs. Is this guy's brain damaged? Hearing the long-armed young man's words, Lu Ming pursed his lips speechlessly. With a wave of his hand, a vast amount of genuine qi gushed out and turned into genuine qi shovels, digging out all 7 spiritual herbs of different colors. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and all the spirit herbs were kept in the supreme shrine. Following that, Lu Ming pounced on the 9 vermilion fruit. Bastard, stop! The long-armed young man's eyes turned red. He roared madly and pounced at Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, unleashing his strongest combat strength. Great Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying tremor was emitted as the Heaven Dao palm print was pierced through by this punch. However, the long-armed young man's figure was also blocked for a moment. Buzz! Lu Ming was sent flying backward by the force of the punch and happened to pass by the vermilion red fruit tree. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept all 9 scarlet vermilion fruits into the supreme shrine. Bang! Lu Ming's body slammed heavily against the wall of the canyon. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hand over the spiritual medicine and the vermilion fruit. The long-armed young man roared. Idiot! Lu Ming sneered and took a step into the sky. In an instant, he appeared in the sky. Then, he took another step and flew 10 miles away. Animal, animal, stop right there! The long-armed young man shouted hysterically. This was originally an opportunity that belonged to him. If he could use the vermilion fruit to increase his cultivation, he would be able to use it as a foundation to fight for more resources. Now, all of them were taken away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him. He cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps continuously and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye, without a trace. Damn it, damn it! When we leave the ancient battlefield of the netherworld, I will lead the experts to the Cloud Emperor mountain range to find you and your family. I want them to die without a burial place. The long-armed young man's eyes flashed with extreme resentment. Then, he gritted his teeth and went to save the other geniuses in Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. Not long after, he arrived at a quiet place 10,000 miles away. With a thought, he appeared in the Supreme Shrine. Now, I'll start cultivating the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng that was as thick as a child's arm and began to activate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Soon, the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng began to transform into wisps of qi of myriad spirits and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's physical body, which had already reached a bottleneck, began to improve again. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.